Here we go now.
When I first started KEMPIRE Radio 15 plus years ago, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. 15 years later, now artificial intelligence has taken over and it's making your website building so easy. I'm excited to partner with Wix for today's live because Wix was the very first website that I ever used. And even back then, they made it easy. So you can imagine 15 years ago versus 2026, Wix is making it even easier with AI. So there are a couple of really cool things that you can do with Wix. With the hybrid website editor that offers the speed of AI, precision of drag and drop, and guidance of a dedicated AI agent, aka the new way to create websites. And you don't have to pay anyone to do this. You could do this yourself. Create in whatever way feels most natural to you with a platform that lets you flow freely between AI and manual controls. Because some people just let AI do whatever they want, and that is not what you want. You want to be able to do and create something that's unique to you. As I said to you before, you can launch a pro-grade website that's quality, but make it very easy for you to create. There are all kinds of really cool capabilities that they provide. Wix Harmony is packed with some of the coolest, most useful AI features and agents built specifically for small businesses. Generate images, product descriptions, blogs, and more. Automate email marketing, SEO tasks, inventory management, and more. You even get an AI agent named Aria who can help you build your website or take care of business. Wix has been on top of AI for years, so naturally, they're the ones introducing the new way to create websites. Try Wix Harmony for free at wix.com/harmony. That's wix.com/harmony. More details on that will be available in the description. And hey y'all, can you guys let me know if you can hear me, see me, all the good things? I'm not in the studio because I was like, I want to be comfortable. I've been in the studio all day. We had our live earlier today and we talked about a bunch of hot topics and a bunch of different shows. So if you missed it, be sure to check it out. And make sure you guys can hear me. Hold on, wait a minute. Just let me know if you guys can hear me, see me, and all that good stuff. Shout out to everyone that's already in the chat. Don't forget to like the video. It's an easy and free way of supporting not just my channel, but other channels as well. This is a very different live than we normally do, but we have done these quite a few times over the last couple of years now. Dating lives. You guys have been asking for the dating lives to return, and we did one a couple of months ago, last year, and it was very good. There was one particular one that we did that was 5 hours. I'm not aiming for 5 hours, but let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. But Valentine's Day is tomorrow. Today is technically Galentine's Day, where you celebrate, the single folks celebrate the Valentine's Day holiday. I've never been big on Valentine's Day. I don't know if you guys have been. Does everyone in the chat have a Valentine? Do you do something special for your children for Valentine's Day? Let me know. I want to know. I want to know your traditions and things like that as well. I've already dropped the call-in link for members, but live chat, I will drop the call link for you guys as well. Ms. Parker says the marathon live. I remember it fondly. I don't remember it fondly, but it was a good time. It just was very long. It was like 5 hours. You can still watch it here on YouTube, but you can also hear it on the KEMPIRE podcast, just in case you want something to listen to. I don't even know. You would have to Google schmoogle it to find it, but it's definitely a part of the podcast. 5 hours, 5 hours of just talking about relationships, dating, advice, all of that. So that is the plan. That is the plan this evening. So if you have a dating story, dating question, Valentine's Day story or question, feel free to call in. This show is about you guys. I've been talking all week, all day. This is not about me talking. It's about me listening and not judging. You know, that's one of our rules here. We listen and we don't judge, at least not out loud. Okay. We listen and we don't judge. Right? Right. This is a safe space. I want everyone to be respectful of everyone telling their story. So keep that in mind. Our mods are going to hold us down. Shout out to our mods in the chat. We appreciate them being here. They're always here holding us down. So thank you. Thank you, Foxy. We have any other mods in the chat? We might just add some more mods, Foxy. I feel like some of our other mods have fallen off. What's happened? What's happened? What's happened? Everything can't fall on poor Foxy. Foxy's in a whole other time zone. Lord have mercy. She's always here. So shout out to Foxy. Everyone sent some love to Foxy. She recently lost her mom, so she needs all the love in the chat. Okay. All right. Make her job easy as well. Right. Right. I do want to say thank you. Indica Kush became a member of the channel. We appreciate you. Caroline. I know Caroline's not a new member. Caroline says she was a member for 42 months. One time for Caroline. Carolyn. Not a new member, just a new card. They fixed it though, Carolyn, because you're able to it shows your original anniversary. Michelle, thank you so much for becoming a member. Yes, guys, that's one of the ways for you to support the channel as well, but also patronizing our sponsors. So be sure to check out the details in the description for our sponsors. And don't forget, we have a live show happening literally a month from today here in New York City. Ticket information is available in the description. And don't forget, we also have the live stream option for you as well. So if you can't come to New York, that is an option. Okay. All right. We are only live on YouTube and the KEMPIRE on Facebook. So shout out to those of you that are watching us on Facebook. Make sure, for those that are not watching us on Facebook and watching on YouTube, make sure you're following our fan page on Facebook, the KEMPIRE, and my other fan page, KEMPIRE Daily. Okay. All right. Now that we've gotten the admin stuff out of the way, I want to first start this off by sharing a video with you guys that I got. Literally, I saw this right before the live, well, a couple of hours ago. And I said, oh, this is a perfect segue into our conversation about love, relationships, because today's Friday the 13th, and we've grown up. And this is what I was also saying earlier, was that there's a lot of positive that we can get from the negative that's happening in the world today if we look for it. And at some particular point in our history, we've made Friday the 13th something demonic, evil, bad luck. And I saw this video today and I said, oh, I have to share this with our lovers that are watching this. And shout out to the replay crew. I know some of you probably out enjoying your Friday night, which is fine. And you have us playing in the background of your Saturday. We appreciate that. Or maybe this is what you're going to watch on Valentine's Day when you're at home, chilling and pouring into yourself. That's what I said earlier. Make Valentine's Day. If you don't have a Valentine or your Valentine's not near you, make it about self-care, self-love. Go get your mani-pedi tomorrow. Go do something for yourself. Go get a massage for yourself. Yeah, it's Friday the 13th. Be Ready says, oh, it's not, oh snap, it's Friday the 13th. But let me play this video for you because it's going to change your mind on Friday the 13th a little bit. Maybe it won't, but it did for me. Okay, so I'm going to play this for you.
So Friday is ruled by Venus, and Venus, as we know, is all things love.
13th used to be sacred to the divine feminine.
Before superstition got involved, this was the day of magic, of fertility, of good fortune.
It was also a very powerful day to manifest, for creativity and wisdom.
And And then somewhere along the way, someone decided that the divine feminine was dangerous, and we made it a superstitious day.
You've probably seen horror films like Friday the 13th, which I think has had an effect on people to think that this day is just not a very lucky day, when the truth is, it actually is, and it's the most important day to manifest and actually call in good luck.
So if you are feeling superstitious and you want some protection, look at the humble rosemary plant. Very strong and powerful. It was used for protection, it was hung in doorways to keep out unwanted energy.
It was used for memory or mental clarity. People often put it in their ear when they were studying, or they would even put it in water and drink it, which really helps you to focus and stay balanced.
It's a really easy plant to get to know because loads of people have it in their gardens. Witches used to have it at the bottom of their gardens, and they'd put a sprig behind their ear as they left the house. So instead of fearing Friday the 13th, let's reclaim it as a day of feminine power. And if you have a bit of rosemary, you can just touch that and think it's for clarity and power, not being scared.
Hold on. Yeah, I love that. I was like, I didn't know about Friday the 13th. Let me just read some of the comments that I saw as well. Karen, thank you so much for becoming a member. We appreciate your support. And if you're a member, I've already dropped the call link for those that want to call in, ask a question, share a story in regards to dating, love, things like that. Okay. Paula says, my 15-year-old got a Valentine's date. So happy for him. You allow him to date at 15? That's a question. I don't know. Do you? I know some parents do, some parents don't. But congratulations to him. Paula, what you doing for Valentine's Day? Oh, you're here with us. Well, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Bree says, I love that. My man is on the road, so I'm going to pour into myself tomorrow and enjoy some me time and love on myself. Thank you, Ken. Yes. Let us know how that goes and what you decide to end up doing. Nikki says, my son was born on Friday, March 13th. So he literally will be celebrating his birthday during our live show. Okay. I love it, Nikki. I love it. Literally a month from today, we have another Friday the 13th, and there's an eclipse. On the 17th, I think they said, the 17th there's an eclipse. Mm-hmm. Notaquee said, you'd hate to see what I was doing at 15. I don't know. I mean, if you want to call in and share, okay. Your girl Pepe's, I'll see you in New York City. I'll see you in New York City for the live show. All right. So one of the other stories, literally, guys, before I went live, I posted a video about Candy and Todd. So we could talk about that as well, because I feel like it still has something to do with relationships. And I can only imagine what Candy might be feeling like, or anyone, even Todd. Look, I'm not choosing sides here because I'm not one of their friends or children, okay? But it makes me wonder, people going through divorces right now, Valentine's Day. For some people, Valentine's Day is a big deal. Some relationships make it a big deal. So I can only imagine, and I think this is why Candy really threw herself into her work, especially as a Taurus. She probably is grateful to be working right now, especially Saturday, should be on Broadway, because she doesn't have to think about Valentine's Day and maybe the Valentine's days they've had together. You have to remember, these two have been together a long time. No matter how people are saying, look, Mama Joyce was right. But regardless of that, they have 2 children, okay? And they've had years of marriage at this particular point. They've intertwined their families. There's a lot of memories. There's probably a lot of Valentine's Day memories. Danny says, Team Taurus, always. Duh. Duh. Lainey says, hey, Lainey. Lainey says, was feeling down because my chronic illness kept me from joining friends for Galentine's. Oh, I'm sorry. Get together, but this live already is uplifting my spirits. Thank you so much, Kempire. I appreciate you. Oh, Lainey, I hope you feel better. Everything happens for a reason, though. Maybe it was time for you to maybe just someone's story, or just feeling better now, listening to this will be worth it. Okay. All right. So I did drop the call link for our members. I do have a couple of members that are backstage, but I also know some of you might want to call in, but might be on the fence because maybe you're fearful of being vulnerable. But this is a safe space. We will not be judging. Okay. We will not be judging. Everyone in the chat, please also be mindful as well that, we want to be respectful, that people are coming up, sharing their stories, sharing their lives. And if they run long, let them speak. I will be the one to cut them off. I don't want you guys to be like, oh my God, okay, enough already, because then you're going to get blocked. Let me see what Flip Virgo says. I was born on Friday the 13th is a powerful and lucky number for me. See? There was another comment that I wanted to highlight and I missed it. Where did it go? Wait, it was Nota Queen. Where did Nota Queen says, I might call in and tell my ex's business. I'm here for it because maybe we can learn something from your ex. All right. Let's get to the callers because, as I said to you guys before, this live is not about me. It's about you guys. So if no one calls in, well, we have people calling in. But once we are done with the callers, then I'm going to end the live. It could be a short live. It could be a long live. We shall see. Izzy says, I manifested my husband. What in the Amanda? Izzy, can you call in and tell us how you manifested your husband? I'd like to hear that story. Anyone else? Okay. Mashby. I'm purposely only live on YouTube and Facebook. Sometimes, yeah, that's why I tell you, you gotta be following me everywhere. Okay. She said she manifested her husband and she reminded me of Amanda. Be Ready says a whole husband. Yes, please. If you want to call in, Izzy. I'd like to hear that story. I want to manifest the husband, a rich one. All right, let's get to our first caller. Charisse is backstage. So Charisse, do you want to come on camera? Because that is typically the rule, but you don't have to. Okay, it's up to you. If you don't want to, that's fine. But I'm gonna bring you up, Charisse. Hold on, Charisse. Let me move this. There we go. Charisse, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. No, thank you for the camera, please. I'm sorry.
That's
I won't
okay.
be here long.
Okay.
Okay.
What's going on?
Hi, long
Charisse, where are
time
you
no
calling from?
speak. I'm calling from the DMV, the Maryland side. Maryland, born and raised.
Okay.
Okay, listen.
What part of Maryland?
Waldorf. They say it's not part of the DMV, but it is.
Oh.
I don't want to argue about that. We're not here for that today. Okay. And it's in Charles County, Maryland, which is the richest Black county in Maryland. We surpassed PG. Born and raised here. So anyway, well, we're not here for that today.
No. What are we here
Kempire, I
for?
just called to tell you. I know this is not about you, but I just called to tell you. I saw you and Chris on my TV the other day, and I think y'all look cute together. Whatever. That's all. I mean, that's a nice looking man, and he tall, and all the things you say you want, he right there. Okay. All right. That's all.
Is that why you called in?
That's it. I wanted to tell you that. I was going to put it in the chat, but then the chat moves so fast. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Charisse, for calling in.
Bye.
Bye. Y'all are a mess. Okay. And like, wait, does he have T-Mobile? I froze. No, I'm here. I really thought she was calling in here to tell us a story. Really? All right. Jocelyn, who's called in before, is backstage. We're going to bring Jocelyn up next. Hey, Jocelyn, how are you?
Hey, how are you? I know. Look, my birthday's in 10 days. Okay.
Pisces
Counting
season is
down.
starting soon.
Oh, wait, it's the 24th. It's 11 days. I can't count. Yes.
Yes.
So I wanted to come on here and give you an update, which I did I've updated you, but I didn't get to tell you why. So as you recall, I was talking to the Leo guy.
Yes.
So some people may remember the story.
You can
But
do a brief overview for those that are probably new to the channel. Just a brief update on what we talked about before.
Okay. So I met a guy online on a dating site. He lived in one place, I lived in another, but we started talking and he said he wanted to meet up. And so we had set up some time to meet up. Long story short, he never showed. And we continued to talk. We continued to have FaceTimes, phone calls. It was a really big conflict in our relationship. But we were able to work through that. He was apologetic. We just said we were going to slow it down. He was coming out of a marriage when I met him. And so there was obviously just a lot going on with the ending of a marriage, and there's a child involved. So there's a lot of different dynamics. But we we stopped talking back in the fall.
Okay.
And
Like
so
what
we
you
stopped.
see in the fall? October, September?
Yeah, around that September, October timeframe. So obviously, when I look back on it, it was self sabotage. So things started going really well, and we were to the point where we were thinking about meeting and again face to face. Well, not again,
Mm,
but setting up some time to meet again face to face.
yeah.
And we were talking. The texting and everything was there. The FaceTimes. I mean, all the different things that had been there. So he wasn't a catfish. I was able to see who he is.
Like,
And right. He ended up calling me a liar.
what?
Yeah. So like there was a situation where, and I think I told you, well, maybe I didn't. He at sometimes would suggest that I date other people. And he would say that, he would encourage me to date other people because, quote unquote, he's not able to give me the time and he's not necessarily in the space of being ready. And so he wanted me to just make sure I was dating other people. And I had to clarify with him that that's my choice if I want to date other people.
Mhm.
I'm totally open to dating other people. Like we weren't in anything exclusive.
I'm about to say,
Um,
like, I felt like that should have been something. Yeah, if we were exclusive, then that wouldn't be off the table. But we're not.
we're not. So yeah, I mean, I was totally open. Well, he suggested I date my trainer.
He was giving you suggestions. Oh God.
And I told him very clearly, I don't like that. I'm not interested in my trainer. I don't like that you do that. And I think
I was
that
about to say,
that's
because did you ever say to him, "Oh, my trainer's cute," or
so that's where he thinks I'm a liar. So somewhere along the way, I must have told him that I used to have a crush on my trainer before I knew he was my trainer.
oh, okay.
So I started going to church, saw this guy. He was handsome. I started seeing him with a woman. I immediately realized he was in a relationship
Mm,
and I left it alone. Well, I saw him at the gym. I ended up seeing that he was a trainer. And so then I went ahead and started working with him as a trainer. And so by the time, that I started working with him as a trainer, there was no attraction. There's still not any attraction on my behalf. It's not that he's uglier, but I'm just not attracted to him. He's married now to that woman and
oh
all
wow.
these different things. So and I consider him a friend. He's
Mm.
been my trainer that long. And so he said, "Well, you said he was cute in the past. And so but now you're saying you're not attracted to him. You're a liar." I mean, I don't know. I guess that's a trigger, a super big trigger for me because I'm very ethical. I'm very truthful. I'm very transparent. I didn't lie. I'm not attracted to him now. And when I secured his services as a trainer, I wasn't attracted to him. If you know me, you know that I wouldn't do that. That would be uncomfortable for me just because you're in a vulnerable position when you're training. I'm a BBW, and so going to the gym and being is challenging for me. And so it just really threw me off. But he was really adamant about it, and he just decided we're not we should just be friends. Um,
And this was back in the fall.
yep,
Okay.
yep. And so we no longer talk, and that it ended just that way. It ended horribly.
Because what was your response to him when he said this to you?
I was really confused. Um, and I said, no, I mean, I'm not attracted to him now, right? And I wasn't attracted to him as my trainer. He was somebody that I saw from afar years ago. Like it wasn't like, oh, this happened in the span of a year.
Mhm.
We go to church and that's how I saw this guy. And no, I mean, he has a woman. I just don't move like that. Not to say you can't admire somebody who's in a relationship, you can,
But some
but
people, unlike they don't have the Portia spirit. When they see someone, they find that they're in a relationship, they're automatically like, "Oh, never mind. Now you're ugly to me."
right. That's exactly.
Some
And
people
then
don't have the Portia Delilah spirit.
they don't, and I don't. And it's like also when I found out he had 11 kids,
Oh,
I
shut up!
mean,
Before we can talk about that part, never mind. That's what got you. That's what your
But
love is big
no, I
love.
mean, legitimately, in all seriousness, well, by the time he was my trainer, it was cool. And then as we've progressed, he's really my trainer. He's my friend. He's like the brother I didn't want. And so to for him to say I'm a liar for that reason, and I pointed out like this is self-sabotage. You're just saying this because you don't want to do the hard work. You don't want to try and work through these kind of conflicts, and you really need to work on your emotional intelligence. Like you are academically in a good place, but emotionally you're acting like a child, because I really didn't do that on purpose. There's no confusion for me.
I feel
But
like the
no.
minute, I'm sorry. I feel like the minutes someone you're talking to dating starts suggesting that you date other people,
Yeah.
that's a red flag. That's a major red flag. First of all, they're probably dating other people. They're no longer interested in you because if a man, specifically men, if a man is interested in you, signed, sealed, delivered, he's not telling you to go be with anybody else,
No. No.
no matter
And
what he's
that's the kind of conversation we had too. Like I pointed that out. I mean, I've been divorced now since 2016, and he
doing.
was just somebody that intellectually I connected with. I think it is hard when you are an intellect and you do also have this high emotional IQ, and I do, and awareness, to
Mhm.
find somebody at that intellectual level. And so he and I just connected that way. But
Mhm.
just because he's smart doesn't mean that he has the ability to be good in a relationship.
Yep.
And it just, when I would point out these things, it would be just not being able to fully flush out the conversation. But I'm glad we are not talking. It was hurtful to be called a liar. It was hurtful because I really did put some time there and some belief, and I was there for him during some very difficult times. And I just didn't expect for him to. It really felt mean spirited the
Mm.
way that he ended everything. So it was just hurtful, but no, we're not talking. I'm in a good space now.
I think he felt like he needed to do that. I think he wanted to break things off with you, and that
Hmm.
probably was the only way that he could do it. But it
Yeah.
goes back to, and I probably said this back when you brought this originally to us during one of our dating lives, is that when people show you who they are that first time, he's the
Yeah.
perfect example of
Yeah.
that Dr. Maya Angelou quote. When people show you who they are the first time, believe them. Because look, it took months later, but he showed you again who he is. The minute he didn't show up for that date, and you guys had already been talking for what, months before that first date,
Yeah. Yeah.
and he didn't show up,
Yeah.
that was your sign.
That was my sign. And I think just learning about myself and how I compromise
Mm,
um, these things that I know about myself. And I'm always the one kind of taking the back seat because I care so much about someone else's feelings, but having to continue practicing and putting in the forefront, my feelings are just as important.
yeah.
And to your point, when you do see these signs, just back out. But I think it was just a learning lesson that even though I had done a lot of work since my divorce, that was still an area of
Mm,
growth and opportunity for me to not want, be seeking that connection. You can have chemistry and don't need to be with somebody.
yeah.
And so it was some things that I learned. I'm glad that it didn't get any further, because I could have been attached in a different way to him,
Yeah.
and it would have just made it worse. So I'm no longer in the situation. I just wanted to tell you I'm okay.
Okay.
Um, I haven't met anyone since, but
You've been trying that for those that, because we talk astrological signs. For those that are just joining us, we're talking to Jocelyn, who's a Pisces.
mhm,
And it's so funny because I'm talking to one of my friends is telling me about one of their friends as a Pisces. You guys are lovers. You want to be in love.
yeah,
What are you doing now currently though because I know you want to be in a relationship. We all want to be in a relationship. We all want love. We all want
yeah,
companionship. Um,
yeah.
what are you doing now though to make an effort in doing that?
I'm not doing anything. There is another guy at the gym that I think is cute.
Okay.
But he's a little bit different than what I go for, which could be a plus.
Oh,
However, he is fir- first of all, he's of a lighter complexion,
okay.
and he has these
No,
really,
like light
really
bright.
Yeah, I don't know about light brights, and he's got really pretty eyes. But he does smoke up the ganja.
Oh.
Um,
Oh.
right, right.
I'm kind of
I'm
that way too. If someone said whitey man, no, I don't think it's white. He's just light skin, right?
Yeah, he's light, and I'm getting ready to be 46. I'm okay with that. He is 38.
Oh,
Um, and
not bad.
so it's not bad, but so I think he's cute. I don't know if we I think maybe we could have a friendship. I don't necessarily want to
But
date
why
him.
friendship and not something more? Has he shown interest?
He gives me hugs, which, again, I'm not good at that. Like I married my high school sweetheart. So
Oh,
this is not an area of like strength for me.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
That makes sense.
but he does give me hugs, and I think when he sees me, he seeks me out to give me a front facing hug, which I think is key.
Oh,
But he hasn't asked me out. He hasn't asked for my number. He just makes sure he speaks to me. And
okay.
so, I mean, we just speak. I asked about his son. He asked about mine. Um, that's it. So
You know
nothing.
what it is, Jocelyn? And I'm not telling you to ask him out. I think you need to first resolve in your head. I'm open to it. I'm open to the idea of dating him. I'm not going to rule out, oh, he's too light bright. I don't like his pretty ass. He's too young. You notice how you pointed out all those negatives
Yes.
instead of telling us the positives. He sounds like he's very pleasant.
Yeah.
Can you tell us some positive things about this man first?
Well, first of all, he's handsome, which
Okay.
that's the,
Okay, so you do like a light bright. You just didn't realize you like a light bright.
he's handsome. And I do think he is pleasant, but I'm cautious because I always tend to find people. I can see his eyes; they look sad. If that so, it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
Pisces, you're intuitive.
right, and so it's like, oh, if I do this, and he's a Cancer, and my husband was a Cancer, and I can't do
But,
another round. Thank you. I can't do another round with a Cancer man.
but you're a Pisces. So Cancer and Pisces do go really well together. But remember, Jocelyn, one of the things you probably learned here in our conversations and when Tarot's been on and things like that, it's not just that sun sign.
Yeah.
So your Cancer ex-husband probably had a very different moon and rising and other patterns to his birth chart that might be
Okay.
completely different to this particular man. But you notice how, again, I'm asking you positives about this man and we back at the negative.
But he is pleasant. It does seem like he's a good father. He has a 16-year-old son. He's
Okay.
involved with him.
Okay.
I think it's good that he goes to the gym, as many
Yeah.
days as he does. That it shows that he takes care of his body. He has a nice looking physique. So I mean, there definitely are some positives, and yes, he's pleasant, well spoken, laid back. A lot of people speak to him. So yeah, there's definitely some positives there.
Yeah. And for all you people in chat with the Cancer men, like I said, it's not just about the sun sign. It's about knowing other parts. So I would never rule out, like, I don't love a Cancer man. Would I rule out a Cancer man if a Cancer man came at me? No, I get to know them. I'm like, oh, let me see you. And then, on the second date, like, let me get your birth time.
You
Do that
start
type of
reading
stuff.
it. Yeah, yeah. So we'll see. I mean, I think and again, I think people are saying too, just not like he may not be interested in. And I like to be pursued. That's the other
Yes.
part. Even Leo, even though he was just off,
Mhm.
what got me was his pursuit. Like
Yeah.
he was very intentional in the beginning, and I realized that's something that matters. And so if he's not showing any interest, then
Well, I
I don't
think
want to be rejected.
you underestimate the energy that you're putting out there. Because the energy based off, and now I think if you shift your attention, your energy, be like, you know what? I kind of think he is not a good guy. Start focusing on the positives that you think of this person.
Okay.
I'm not telling you to go ask him out. You don't have to ask him out, but I think you need to shift how you view him because you'd be surprised. He's a Cancer man. He's also intuitive. He's probably sensing she probably
Mm,
doesn't like me,
okay.
so I'm not going to ask her out.
Okay.
So shift how you view him and actually consciously say it in your head. Look at him when he's hugging, you're talking to him like, you know what, he really is good looking. He's really genuine. He remembered this or he remembered that. He's a really nice guy. Start saying that in your head. I'm not saying that you need to say that to him.
Yeah. Okay.
Say it in your head because you'd be surprised the energy of what you're thinking is putting that out there to the point where people are like, oh, I don't want to go around her. She's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So just be conscious of shifting, because remember when we first started this conversation, you already ruled him out. He's like, he's a nice guy, but he too light-skinned. Yeah, he a Cancer.
Right.
And I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, like I said, I'm in a good place. I'm not, dealing with the residuals of the Leo guy, and
Yeah.
yeah, I'm definitely
At least he's
open.
out of,
I
at
just
least he's out of there. And hopefully he's blocked on your phone. Because
need
Mercury retrograde is coming into effect in a week or so, and that's when people from your past like to
start
show up.
coming back. Okay, well, I'll
So that
definitely
might be a
block him.
reminder to block him.
Yeah.
But I also think, again, not focusing on the guy at the gym, but doing other things
Yeah.
outside of that. I know
Yeah.
you said you tried the dating apps before.
Yeah, and to me, I get it's a lot of hypersexual men.
Oh Lord.
And then, or if they're not hypersexual, then they give you the WYD, and like like just
Oh,
spell it
I was
out.
like the W. I was like, wait. Oh, she's talking about like the initials. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I conversation and the ability to initiate and engage is important to me, and it's attractive to me. And if you can't even take the time to type out a sentence, I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna work. But I am on there. I got back on there.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely open. I respond back. I say, hey, yes, I do. I have done that. Just haven't come across anybody yet. But yeah, I definitely do
I
put
think
myself out there.
based on what we just said about your perspective, I think you should go over your profile again to make sure whatever you're putting on there, including the pictures, really represent the positive sides of you.
Okay.
So even the language that you use in your dating profile. I haven't seen your dating profile, but if I'm to assume anything, I think you need to, when you do it, because sometimes people put their dating profile up very much like they say, don't go grocery shopping when you're hungry.
Mm.
When you're doing your dating profile, do it in a space when you're in a good mood,
Oh.
and and focus on the language that you use in that dating profile from that space,
Oh. Okay. I
including
didn't
some
think
of your
about that.
favorite pictures and things like that. And also make sure your pictures are like good pictures, meaning no sunglasses, no mask, not side profile. You want people to see you as you see yourself.
And I just got a new wig, Kemp. So
Yes. Okay,
I'm
Wig.
about to put.
Yes, Wig.
That's why I'm not on camera because I was trying on my new wig. And
What
just
kind of
my
wig
hair's
is it?
messed up.
You know, I'm not a wignista.
Me either. Me either. I have natural hair. Just been wearing natural. So yeah, it'll be different to wear a wig, but I just wanted to try something different for my birthday.
Pull up pictures and put it up on your profile.
Yes, yes. So I appreciate the time. I hope I didn't take up too much, and I'll keep you posted. Like I'll keep the community posted, and I appreciate the chat, and I just appreciate the community. So thank you, and I hope
Yes,
you have a great, relaxing day tomorrow.
you too. Remember tomorrow, you should be doing something for yourself.
Oh yeah, my mani pedi was scheduled.
Okay.
Getting my nails done, all the things. So yeah.
Well, make sure when you're doing that too, be conscious of like, I'm treating myself. Like really enjoy it. I think sometimes people just do it because like I'm doing this, like I gotta get this done. It really bask in it as you're having it happen. And if they offer you the massage, get the massage.
Okay. I got my massage scheduled for my birthday. So,
Okay.
I got my dinners planned. I got my outfits. I have
Okay.
choices. So I have been intentional, and that's what I typically do for my birthday. So
Good.
I'm excited about it.
Well, happy early birthday, but I'm sure we'll see you before then.
You know you will, Kemp. You can't get rid of me. Have a good night.
I'm just looking forward to when you call in, you're like, I found him.
Hey,
I won't put pressure on you. I just,
manifest that. Yes, I
yes,
found
come on
him.
now. So I look forward to it. Thank you,
Thank you,
Jocelyn.
Kemp. Bye.
Have a good night. All right. Shout out to Jocelyn, guys. You're just joining us. This is our special Valentine's Day dating live. If you're watching the replay of this, be sure to share us your thoughts and opinions. You'll also be able to hear this on the KEMPIRE podcast. Everyone keep liking the video. I did drop the call-in link for the general audience. I'll drop it again. We do have a few people backstage that want to come on up. So I'm going to bring up Noda Queen. Noda Queen.
Hey,
You going to
Kempire.
tell us your ex's business?
Yes, yes. And the funny thing is, it all started when I was 15. That's the funny part. Yeah. Yeah. So he was my high school sweetheart.
Mm-hmm.
And literally, like my freshman year, that summer before. Hold up, I gotta go somewhere private. I'm at work.
Oh, not you at work calling us. I appreciate that. Look, Ramel says, OMG, I would hop on, but I'm at work. No, the queen is at work too. She hopped on.
There we go.
Go
Okay.
to a closet. Look, go to a closet. Call on in.
So he was my high school sweetheart, and he was when I was a freshman, he was a junior. So of course I went to his junior prom freshman year. And
Mm,
then his senior year came along. For senior prom, it got a little shaky because I kept hearing different stories. He told me like they had different prom packages and he got the wrong one and he couldn't buy the one for two tickets. He could only get right. But I was also young and dumb.
I mean,
And
your high
then
school.
yeah, and then my mom told me that his mom said that he couldn't afford to get me a dress, which also didn't make sense because I know how to make a dress. I made my own prom dress.
Oh,
Yeah. So all that happened, but like it was all weird. He went to prom alone, essentially. And I saw like the pictures and the videos or whatever, but I didn't think much of it and left it alone. We were together for 5 years, mind you. So
wow.
fast forward, yes. So fast forward post high school. And the crazy thing about this story is my ex taught me that liking Jamal Bryant is a red flag because he was an aspiring pastor. I think he is right now. Yeah, and he looked up to Jamal Bryant a lot. Yeah, that's part of why we ended up breaking up because I was not ready to be no first lady. It was just
Oh,
not my ministry. Yeah,
wow.
part of why we broke up. But let's get into why we broke up.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so this is after we both out of high school. I'm going to a cookout at his family's house, but it's like his extended family. So I've never met them before, but we're waiting because his grandmother was going to come and pick us up. So I'm in his room. Like I said, he's a minister. So he has a specific dresser that has all his like ministry books and stuff like that. So I'm going through that dresser, not to like look for anything. I'm just going through it, looking at all this stuff. Mind you, he's in the room with me,
Yeah.
watching me, and I'm like asking him about stuff or whatever. So I see a prom keychain picture face down. And mind you, at this point, we've been to 3 proms together. So I flip it over and I'm thinking it has to be us. Of course, right? I flip it over. It is him and his best friend from high school. Not only is he wearing the same outfit he wore to prom, she is matching him. So, of course, I asked him about it. And he's like, oh, we just took a picture. It's no big deal. And I'm like, you really want me to believe y'all got up in the hallway in formal wear and took a picture? Really? So he's trying to say that. So I'm mad. I'm furious. I'm
And
furious
wait,
the
what's
whole
the
ride.
time difference between this moment and that prom?
So his prom was when I was in like 10th grade,
Okay.
and this moment was probably right after I graduated high school.
Oh,
Yeah,
so this is 2 years later almost.
yeah. So like yeah, and that's part of like because I was texting my best friend about it, and it would help because he was trying to text me because we were riding in the car with his grandma and his mom, but I was ignoring his text, so he couldn't tell because I was texting my best friend. I like that part. But she was like, it was a long time ago. And I'm like, but he just lied to my face right now. So we had the whole thing. I went to his family's house. I'm furious. And like, of course, I speak or whatever, but I'm just not engaged. And they're asking him, like, what's going on with her? Like, she looks like upset. So he took me outside and like we argued about it or whatever. And his story still didn't make sense. He was like, we were just at the prom and she just asked me to be in her picture. And I'm like, that still doesn't make sense. Because based on the type of relationship we had, that's something he would have told me flat out
Mm-hmm.
that night. So I'm like, that still doesn't make sense. So at that point, I just couldn't trust him anymore. So we stayed together a few months after that. But
Mm.
between like him potentially getting a church soon and then I couldn't trust him, I was like, this isn't going to work out. So we broke up. So then
Oh.
probably a few months after we break up, I hear he has a new girlfriend. Mind you, at this point, I also left that part out. He goes to my church now. He's the youth pastor at my church now.
Your
Yeah.
current church.
Yes, my church. And mind you, he came to my church. That was mine
Did
because
he
we
know
met
that
at
you were
church
there?
camp. Huh?
He knew that that's your church?
Yeah. That's how that like when we first met, we met at church camp.
Oh.
His grandmother had a church that he went to, but then he started going to my church and working at my church. So
Mm.
Yeah. So I didn't really go to church that much. That was a whole separate thing, not because of him. But I stopped going to church as often. And then I came to church like one day and they were like, oh, he got a new girlfriend. He got a new girlfriend. I'm like, that's
You
good
know
for
how
him.
church is. Just spilling the tea.
She was at church. I didn't even realize it. And they kept saying his girlfriend looks like you. And I'm like, y'all are being messy. That girl looks a lot like me.
She does look like you.
It was scary. They showed me her picture on Instagram. It was scary. And it was so scary to the point I was like, nah, I don't see it. I was
You
like,
didn't
no.
want to see it.
I was like, I don't see it. And then it gets worse because this new girl, follow me, is my best friend's baby father's cousin. Yes.
Okay, I followed you.
Yes. So she is I still see her to this day for that reason.
Are they
Yeah.
still together?
No.
Oh.
No. That's the fun part. There that happened and then he made like a weird anniversary post for their first anniversary, but he was like, oh, I've been hurt in my past and blah blah blah. So I had to cuss him out over that because I'm like, why, first of all, why are
Cuss
you
it
making,
out?
yes, I'm like, why are you making your anniversary post with her about me? And then he's like, oh, it's not about you. We were together for 5 years. We were high school sweetheart. You're not talking about somebody in middle school. Like, be serious. So I had to cuss him out over that. And then we stopped talking. But then they broke up somewhere in that. And I heard he got some other girl pregnant.
Not
Yeah.
the youth pastor.
Yes. That's like Jamal Bryant is his idol.
Well,
So he got this girl pregnant, but her dad is a pastor and also very like conservative. So you have my daughter pregnant, you need to marry her. He didn't want to marry her. So yeah. So like time passed, the child came, they were like, you have to marry her. And he's like, no. So it got to the point where he's like, if you marry her, I'll help you get this church. That's all he's ever wanted. So because of that, he married her so he could be the pastor at this church.
what?
Yes. Yes. So then, yes.
That's crazy.
That's why I don't have problems with his other ex that looks like me now because we bond over the fact that our ex had an arranged marriage. It's kind of funny.
Wow.
So yeah, he marries her. They have another kid. They're together for a little bit. And then probably like a year and a half ago, he messages me on Facebook. And I'm just like, you know what? It's so much time has passed. We can be cordial. So I message him back and like it's like, hey, how you doing? How you been? What's going on with you? And mind you, he doesn't know I know this information. So he doesn't even know that I know he has a wife and kids. But when I ask him like, how's your family? He's like, oh yeah, my mom's good. And then it ends there.
Talk about the kids.
He doesn't say anything about anybody.
This is why I keep telling y'all going to these churches. You hear the youth pastor?
Uh-huh. He doesn't say nothing about nobody. And I'm
My
like,
mom is
so
good.
strange.
Nothing about. At the time, he was still married, or no?
Yes.
Nothing
Yeah.
about the wife and kids.
Nothing about them at all. So I'm like, that's so strange. And then I continue the conversation to see if he's going to bring it up. He doesn't. And then he messages me again like a couple weeks later, and that I just ignored him because I'm like, you're playing games, and I don't know what games you're playing, but I don't want to be a part of it. So then I'm scrolling on Facebook like a few months ago, probably this past fall, and I see a post from one of his friends that I still followed. That, mind you, we were really close when me and him were together. We like did dinner parties and stuff, and she's posting that she's engaged, and I'm like, okay. And then when she had like a video, and in the video icon, the guy, it was the back of the guy's head. So I watched the video. It's my ex, KEMPIRE.
Wait,
He proposed exactly. That's how I felt.
with the friend, the mutual friend that you guys had?
Yes, it's my ex proposing to her, and I'm like, he had a wife, he had a family. What happened to them?
That was my question.
So,
I mean, it was arranged, but whatever.
right, but because I knew he had a wife, I knew recently because I told one of my work friends about this, and she's the type, she likes to go stalk people on Facebook. So she was like, oh, I'm going to go look everybody up right now. And this was only like a few months before I saw that post. So I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. He was just posting his wife and kids a few months ago, and now he's getting engaged. to somebody. So I asked my mom about it because she's still in contact with him.
Oh,
That's a
really?
whole nother. Yes, yes.
Your
She-
mother is still in contact with your ex-boyfriend from high
yeah, yeah. My mom has a boundaries problem.
school? I was about to say.
That's a separate thing. But yeah, she's still in contact with him. Part of it is because she wants to be nosy, and I can't say too much because I like getting the mess too.
You know what? Y'all are both the problem.
Yes. Oh
What's your
no,
sign,
Campfire.
What's your sign?
Skip the part, huh? I'm
What's your
Gemini.
Of course, domestic. Go ahead. What part did you skip?
I skipped the part. Okay, so we gotta rewind back before he got married, right? Before the wife and kids or whatever. So, like I said, he's the youth pastor at my church, and so one day they're hitting me up. Mind you, I haven't been to church in a long time. They're hitting me up like, "Do you know him to be a liar?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, has he lied about weird things before? And I'm like, well, yeah, the prom thing and like other small stuff. But so they're telling me like his birthday and his anniversary as the youth pastor is coming up in the church. So he's going to college at this point, and he's like, I'm an alpha. So he has all the alpha gear on, the hats, everything, posting online about being an alpha and all this other stuff. So they're like, so we wanted to reach out to the alpha chapter at his school and have them come to the church and surprise him. And then, so when our pastor reached out to them, they sent back a flyer with his face on it that said, "This man is not an alpha. He is an imposter." So he has somehow, right,
What
right.
in the Danish deception is going on? This needs to be multiple chapters on TikTok.
Oh my God. Because I had thought about it, but like, it's too local.
Oh,
It's too
everybody would
local.
know.
Yes, yes. I don't have a lot of exes. So yeah. And his story is very uniquely unique. So yeah, he's got all this alpha paraphernalia somehow and has just been lying about, and he's going to school in front of the alphas wearing their hats and jackets. Right. So these flyers were put up all over his school saying that he was a fraud. And then that's what they were asking me. They were like, "Do you even think he graduated?" Because he went to community college first. They was like, "Do you even think he graduated there?" And I'm like, "I don't know," because I remember when he told me he graduated, I'm like, "You don't want to go to graduation?" He's like, nah, it's not that serious. Like, we should go to graduation. Like, I know your mom would like that. I would like that. He was very resistant to going to his graduation. So we've never gotten any confirmation about that. But he ended up at this other school, which is a university. So maybe, but it was just, he does weird stuff like that.
And he
So,
looked up to Pastor Jamal Bryant. It makes more
yes,
and more sense.
yes. So anyway, back to him proposing to this girl, and his new wife was
Who
just,
was a mutual friend of y'all's.
yes. So
Wow.
his new wife was like months ago. And so I'm like, what happened? My mom tells me that when they got married, he never sent the marriage license in. So their marriage was never their marriage was never real. And that devastated that girl. He
What about
wasted
the father? Because the father was the one who helped him get the church.
Yeah, he got fired from that church.
Don't be surprised we see one of these ladies and him on a Real Housewives in the future.
At this point, because his new wife or his new fiance, she's very accomplished, so she might be able to. But yeah, so he got fired from that church, and then he never submitted the marriage license for his new wife, and now he's
How long were they married for? Married in quotes.
like 2.5, 3 years.
And they had 2 kids together.
Mm-hmm.
And he never sent in the marriage license.
Nope.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So,
and you just found this out. You found out he got engaged to your mutual friend. You said back in the fall?
Yeah.
And they haven't got married yet?
No, not that I know of. I haven't been on Facebook in a while, but.
And
yeah,
you're not friends. Obviously, you're probably not friends with this mutual friend anymore.
No, we haven't talked in a long time. So, but
now apparently with your ex, they've been in contact.
Right. To be fair, she was his friend first.
Yeah, but still, he was with someone else.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how much she knew about that relationship.
She has to know. Based on
Wow.
their friendship when we were together, she has to know. There's no way she doesn't. Because all this stuff spreads around. Like when that alpha thing happened with him, they literally put a post up on the United Methodist Church website about guiding our youth with honesty. And like it was bad. And that's part of why he married that girl, because that alpha situation got out. So that was really the only way he was going to be able to get a church.
So he'd been a scammer, and she decided to marry this or get engaged to this man despite knowing all this?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
So you really did dodge a bullet.
Yes, like the Matrix. Because we were really locked in. We were like talking about marriage and everything. Like that was the plan.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Anything else that you wanted to wow us with this evening?
No, I think that's it. I guess I better get back to work, you know.
Thank you, Nota Queen. That is a
course.
detail. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye. What? That's crazy, y'all. Guys, if you haven't liked the video already, be sure to like the video. This is our special Valentine's Day Dating Live, brought to you by our friends over at Factor. So I get it. You did not complete your New Year resolution. That's okay. It's not too late. You can start today, and I have the best option for you. You don't have to cook your meals yourself. You can rely on Factor. Factor is the sponsor of today's Live, and I'm so excited because we've been working with Factor for a very long time. I just had some of my meals, and I've tried so many different meal services over the years, and this is one that has stuck for me because at the end of the day, you want food that works for your lifestyle, maybe protein, maybe vegan, or maybe you're on a GLP-1. Factor has something for everyone. And they have different types of meals from breakfast to lunch and dinner and snacks. Cold days, big goals, no time to cook. Factor makes healthy eating easy with fully prepared meals designed by dietitians and crafted by chefs. So eat well without the planning or cooking. They have quality, functional ingredients, including lean proteins, colorful veggies, whole food ingredients, and healthy fats. That's the most important thing for me, is that you can rely on whatever you're eating with Factor. You know that's going to be quality and not something loaded with things that are not good for you. No refined sugars, no artificial sweeteners, no refined seed oils. They have rotating weekly meals to keep things fresh and delicious through winter. Options include high protein, calorie smart, Mediterranean diet, GLP-1 support, and ready-to-eat salads. And of course, I always get you a deal. So head to factormeals.com/Kempire50 off and use code Kempire50 off to get 50% off and free breakfast for 1 year. Eat like a pro this month with Factor. New subscribers only, varies by plan. 1 free breakfast item per box for 1 year while subscription lasts. Again, more details on Factor will be available in the description. Thanks to Factor for sponsoring tonight's Dating Live. Miss E said, can we find out what his sign is? Trash. His sign is trash. The great goddess said his sign was demon. Nota Queen, if you're still watching, let us know in the chat what his astrological sign was. That was a juicy story. I just never know what this live is going to turn out to be, but I appreciate you all calling in and sharing your personal business. Elijah, thank you so much for the super chat, sending love. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, we have a few people backstage. Just when I think I'm going to be here by my lonesome, y'all are all here. Thank you. How many likes do we have? If you guys can let me know in the chat. Izzy's backstage. We're going to bring Izzy up. Izzy manifested love.
I did. I'm going to apologize if you hear a little person in the background. We're doing science fair. What'd you say?
Did you manifest that too?
I don't, not specifically. I mean, I wanted it, and so I guess I did, because we're ready to have kids, we had them pretty quickly after we decided.
How many kids do you have?
So I have an 8-year-old son, and I have a 15-year-old daughter, my bonus baby. So when I manifested my husband, I got a daughter along with it.
You know what Bose would say when she said on Beverly Hills.
See, I don't watch Beverly Hills, so
you ain't listening because she was very hateful when Amanda referred to her husband's children as her own. She was like, "Oh, I would never say something like that." It's a whole other conversation. Anyway, Izzy, tell us how you manifested.
No. Yes, well, I will, but I will actually say I listened to one of your lives when you went over that, and I thought that was disgusting. I call my bonus baby my baby all the time. I think it's completely normal, and I actually grew up in a big blended family, and there's no half, no step. You know, we're all siblings and we love each other, and so I don't think there's anything strange about that. So Bose needs to get her act together.
Yeah, but this is not about Bose. This is about you manifesting
Exactly.
the love of your life.
Yes. Thank you. Look, and I'm like, I'm trying to get myself together. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated.
Okay.
End of the week crazy. But I'll just say that I didn't realize when I put that message in the chat that it actually has a Valentine's Day nexus because at the time I had gotten out of a 6.5 year relationship with someone, who wasn't right for me, going on and off, and back and forth for years. What, Papa? How many years this world? Sorry, this is this is real life.
I know, real life. It's the evening. It's not like we're daytime hours right now.
Exactly. So I'm and my husband is currently taking our daughter to dance lessons. So I'm single mom at the moment.
You manifested an active father.
Exactly. Very fortunate for that. So I know, buddy. 1 second, okay. So we basically, actually, give me a moment. I'll finish up with him and then I'll come back.
Okay. That's the life of a mom. Y'all know, but we have quite a few people backstage. So I want to give her a moment so she can, because I'm sure he'll be in bed. So let's give him a moment. Janelle's backstage. Janelle, you're muted. Uh-oh. Janelle. Did Janelle step away? She probably stepped away.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Hi, bonjour. How are you, my dear?
Oh, well, how are you?
Good. I was listening to Izzy's story and I was in the kitchen, so I stepped away and then I was like, oh, wait, hold up. Let me get back. Hold up. I'm here. Hello. Okay. Let me tell you something. I was not going to call in. But, I'm here on Valentine's Day. And I was going to sit here and just listen to everyone's stories because these men in these streets can be trash. And yes, whoever said his sign was demon, 100% on point. I appreciate that person. That whoever wrote that, trademark it, because that's thetruth.com. Anyways, but there was something that Jaceline was talking about, how she was meeting these dudes in the gym and stuff like that, and she was like, and it was like a Pisces, like, and the trainer was a Pisces, if I'm correct.
No, she's a Pisces. I forgot.
Oh, okay.
What his sign was? I can't remember. I don't think she did.
Cancer. He was a Cancer.
The guy that the light skinned one.
Yes, the light bright. The light bright was a Cancer. It made me think about my own astrological journey in terms of love, because like I've been doing a lot of soul searching over the last 2-3 years, which makes sense because Saturn just left Pisces. So as a Sagittarius sun, Aries rising, Aries moon, I was going through it and I was like, and I didn't know why. And because Pisces is a very emotional sign. This is no hatred towards the Pisces, okay? I'm just saying, y'all are very emotional people and we felt it. And so, and I was thinking about why I felt like my dating life in New York is not what I would love it to be. And so I was trying to think of like, there's any moments in my life where, it's when it's like, this is when it was popping. And so I've been getting into, I think I mentioned this to you in a members only live about astrocartography.
Yes.
And so I was like, I believe I've also told you that I lived in Ghana for 6 months.
Yeah.
And so I was like, let me see what my astrocartography is saying for Ghana. Cha! It all made sense. And it makes sense why I had ex-boyfriends from that time who were still hitting me up until as recent as last year, at the end of last year.
Wow.
Because for people who don't know what astrocartography is, because it's basically, in layman's terms, it's called location astrology. So essentially, it's taking your natal birth chart and placing it in another location. There's like a whole science behind it. There's websites who will do it for you because, listen, I may be good at math, but not that good at math, okay?
There you go.
And basically, certain houses get activated wherever you are natally. Some certain signs will stay the same in their certain planets will stay the same when in terms of sign, but they'll change houses.
Mhm.
And so here, so like I'm originally from Florida, and I work and live in New York, and so my houses pretty much stay the same. But when I was living in Accra, everything switched over to my 7th house of partnerships, romance, and marriages.
Wow.
And so I highly encourage anyone who's like even mildly interested in astrology, look into astrocartography and like see where, like, if you can't find love where you at, there may be love elsewhere for you. Because like it okay, it reminded me a time when I decided to date a Scorpio, and I will never date a Scorpio again. Well, because he thought he was gonna pull one over on me because he was so dumb. Sorry. Okay, because he was like, she young, she don't know better. I'm like, I may not know better, but I ain't dumb. So I was dating this dude for like a month or two, and my friend was like, girl, he ain't it. But I was like, but girl, his best friend is a soccer player, he got money, and he likes you. So I feel like you're getting also a good end of the bargain. He played for not the actual team in the UK, like one of the big teams, but like whatever, like the second level is, like JV.
Oh,
I forget what they call it.
yeah, I forgot. I don't know. It's definitely higher than Caroline Stanberry's.
That's what I was thinking. Oh, well, I forgot her
Everybody
husband's
catches
name.
strays tonight. I'm
He
sorry.
catches multiple strays. And so like I met this dude in the club, and like, oh, because that's also another thing. When I was in Ghana, I was warned before by a person who is now a very good friend of mine, who was basically our guide.
Mm-hmm.
Because I went there to study abroad there for 6 months, and I was told by her, she goes like, she looked at me and she pointed at me at our info session prior to leaving, and she said, you're gonna have you are gonna have a hard time in Ghana. And I said, why? She goes like, because all the men are gonna want you. I said, you lying. Because no man wanted me in New York. I was batting for zero. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, it's never gonna. I was like, girl, it's not gonna happen. I didn't believe her, whatever. The moment I got off the plane, dudes were coming at, like, before I even opened my mouth, dudes were like literally, like, I'm not even joking, like, as I am walking to customs, men were stopping me. And I was like,
It's crazy.
stop it. Lies. I was like, because I thought, no, they don't want me. They just think, like, I don't know, like, nah. I was in such disbelief. On our 3rd night, I remember we went to Labadi Beach, because at the time, Labadi Beach is like it's like the bigger beach in Accra.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever see anything for like Dirty December online, a lot of the beach parties are happening at Labadi. Because that's where where the resorts are as well.
That's where we can find Portia.
Child. You know what? I know the clubs that she be going to, and I'm not surprised.
Ooh. That's
all I'm gonna say. I know what parts of
And I
town
know what
she's
you guys
going
are
to.
saying. I know what you guys are saying in chat, and that's why you're blocked, KEMPIRE.
Well, don't get me blocked. I gotta still be nosy. And so on my 3rd night, I remember 2 dudes fighting over me to dance with me because it was a reggae night on Labadi Beach Wednesday. And This dude came up to me, wanted to dance. I didn't think anything of it. I said yes. And I also was with friends, so I didn't feel like unsafe. Like I was like, oh, if something happens, like I got my friends, they're right here. And another dude was like, no, I'm asking her to dance. And he was like, nah, it's my turn. I was like, hold up. Wait a minute. Calm down.
Third night in.
Third night. These dudes almost started punching each other until another dude came over and said, don't do this here. And I was like, I walked away because I thought they bugging. Again, still disbelief. I was like, they're lying, they're bugging. Like I don't know what they're seeing. I mean, I know I'm beautiful. I know I'm an attractive person. But I think living in New York for so long and not having people like going out of the way, like what you were saying earlier, when a man wants you, he'll let you know. And I had not been experiencing that in New York. And I was like, maybe it's just not New York is just maybe not be the place where I'm gonna find love. And that's okay because I really came here for career. I came here for acting and for writing and to build community. I was not here to like, oh, I'm gonna fall in love. Like I had a lot of friends back home in Florida who were like, oh, are you gonna be like Carrie Bradshaw and find your Mr. Big? I said, that is a toxic relationship and no.
A lot of people come to New York thinking that's what you're coming here for. Like, oh,
Right.
I'm coming here for work, but then I'm gonna maybe find my Mr. Big.
No, you don't want to find you a Mr. Big. He isn't. Oh, that could be a whole other conversation for another time.
Especially when you think about who the real man is.
Well, my mom actually was asking me about that because she was like, I heard some things online. What do you know about him? I said, okay, here we go. And she was shocked when I was telling her everything. And she was like, oh, I didn't know this because she's not looking for stuff like that. She's just watching shows. Like she's just minding her business. And yes, Ms. Z, yes, some of the guys can be aggressive and it can be a culture shock because American men, and this is my opinion, and I know people have different experiences everywhere, but American men act real nonchalant.
Yeah,
And
we were just talking about that with Jocelyn.
yeah, they act real nonchalant. They want to act like they're not into you because they want you to chase them. And in Ghana, it was the opposite. And so like third night, I got these two dudes like fighting over me. And even when I went like closer to the where I went closer to the waves to get away from them, where my friends had moved over to, those two followed me and were still fighting over me. One almost got pushed into the water. I said, it ain't that deep. It really is not that deep, y'all. But I was like, maybe it is. Maybe I am that girl. Gag. But anyway, so like a month later, I met. We're gonna name him. I don't know. We're
Mr.
gonna name, huh?
Mr. Ranks.
Mr. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna say Omar. I don't know why Omar came to me.
Oh wow.
Omar, so like I was dancing at a club. It was one of the clubs like where the locals went to. When you go to Accra, you may hear this where they say like, "Oh, you going to the Obruni Club," which is basically like the foreigner club. That's where all the expats are going to. That's where all the basic. Yeah. Well, no, she's not there. No,
She
no, she got the hookup. No, the Obruni Club is where you're gonna see all the white folks. Let's give it a buck. So no, this is one of the clubs from this is one of like where all the locals were going to, where they're picky about your clothes, where they're like, no, those flip-flops, those are slippers. No, change your shoes and then come back. Like it's one of those clubs. He saw me from across the dance floor. He immediately pulled my arm in and we started dancing. And other things proceeded, and things that cannot be said on this live, and and they will be for the memoirs, okay? And so we started dating, and then he had a best friend who was a soccer player who was born in Ghana but played soccer in the UK and was back in Accra, and so he started dating my friend, and so we were doing a lot of double dates. And so for spring break, I was supposed to go to northern Ghana, to go go to an elephant reserve, and it was beautiful. I loved the experience. Like sometimes, like the pictures will come up on my memories. I'm like, oh my god, such an amazing time. And so, the day before I left, I wanted to see him, and I called him, and I heard a woman's voice in the background, and I said, "Who is that?" And he said, "Oh, that's my cousin. That's my cousin." Your cousin? What you and your cousin doing? Oh, we watching a movie. We're watching a movie. What movie? Uh, you know a movie. I said, I be dog. I know he think I'm. He must. I say, no. Who is that woman? And she started laughing louder. She goes like, I know. She wish she would know. I was like, okay. I was like, you are with another woman. I was heated. I was saying things that again cannot be said on this live.
And you guys were dating how long at this particular point?
Uh, a month, maybe a month and a half, give or take.
Okay.
And so I was heated and like I started yelling at him. I hung up on him. I was very upset. But one thing I remember was I was trying to cry about it, but I didn't feel any tears come, and that was an indicator for me like maybe it wasn't that deep for me either.
Oh, you're Sagittarius. I'm not surprised.
But I
I'm
was
not
just
surprised.
but I was like upset but not upset. It was really weird. And throughout the
Maybe
spring
your ego was hurt.
I think yes, I think my ego was very much hurt. Yes. And so then throughout my spring break, I'm in northern Ghana. I don't have the best service, but like I blocked his number. And so his friend who was dating my friend was calling me on behalf because he was like, no, tell Janelle that, I didn't mean it, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, nah, tell Omar he ain't like, nah. Like I was like, no. And I was 21. At the end of spring break, I came back to Accra and I agreed to take him back. I don't know. I agreed. I don't know what was wrong with me.
You were
Um,
21.
I was 21 and scarcity mindset is real.
And also,
Um,
when you think about coming from, you were in New York, you said?
yes.
So coming from where no one was flirting with you, and now you have all of these men flirting with you.
Yes.
You're probably still in that, consciousness of like, but now I finally have the man that I've been wanting.
Right. Right. And so I was like what I took him back. And so then there was one night he could not go out with me and my friends. And so I had a friend who will say her name is mm.
Shaquita.
No, well, no, because she's Hispanic. I was thinking of a
Oh,
Hispanic name. We're gonna say Juanita. I know that's not Hispanic, but we're gonna go with it. Okay, Juanita. So Juanita had a hookup at an Obruni club. And I was like, girl, I'm not trying to go to no Obruni club. But she's like, no, no, no. I know the manager. I know the bodyguard. I know the bouncer. That was one thing about me and my friends. Because also I had a nickname when I was living in Ghana that the white girls gave me because they were jealous that I was getting these dudes like left and right, like revolving door, bonjour, hello, that's me. Yo, and so, but I can't. I mean, no, I can't say the name because I ain't. Nah, I can't say the name. Anyway, they gave me a name, but let's just say this: I took that name and I reclaimed my time, and I said, well, yes, that is who I am, and you're jealous. Because, and also part of that title was me and my friends knew all the bouncers, we knew all the managers, we knew all the promoters at all these clubs because like we were those people. Okay, we all had personalities. We know we knew what was up. Like even my friend who was my roommate, she became really good friends with like one of the biggest artists in Ghana at the time. And like when I mention his name now to like I always say Ghanaian. I know they say Ghanaian. Like I think they're like they're they can be interchangeable. But if I mention his name to somebody, they're like, yeah, I know him. So like and I was like, oh, I didn't realize how big of a deal it was until in the moment. But now years later, I'm like, oh wow. And so like my friend Juanita was like, no, let's go to this club. I got the hookup. I said, he gonna get us into VIP. I was like, okay, whatever. Because I didn't want to go to the Bruni club because this particular club, you would find these like European white boys who didn't know how to dance and who were sweating to death because they weren't used to the heat. And I was like, I'm not doing this. And so we get into VIP and there's this other dude who we will name Patrick. But he was Ghanaian. And so I was like, and Patrick was eyeing me up and down. Now I'm back together with Omar. After Omar cheated on me, I'm back together with his dusty behind. But Patrick is like, what up? I'm like, whatever. And so like he was like, and it was his birthday. And I was like, oh, happy birthday, Aries. Late March, Aries. So I was just like, oh, well, happy birthday. He was like, yeah, you were my dream woman. Like, you came to wish me happy birthday. I'm like, haha, oh, yeah, sure, whatever. And so, like, he keeps flirting with me. And so I kept thinking, and I don't know what came across me, but I was like, F it. And I just started making out with him on the dance floor. I did not care. I was like, and my friends were like, ah! And I was like, yeah.
Sagittarius.
Yes. And oh, no, Miss Z, Patrick did not know Omar. I be double checking. I'm like the CIA. I be knowing. Okay. Even in Ghana, I was like, I can figure out who knows people who know people. And so like, and so me and him start making out. Good times. Gag. Okay. And so, Patrick was like, I want to take you out on a date. I was like, oh my God, T, of course, let's go. And so like, he came by my place like a few days later to take me out on this date. My roommate / friends was home and with her boyfriend, Omar's bestie.
Oh yeah.
And so he reports back, say, yo, your girl was hanging out with another dude. And I was like, and so like I was hoping he didn't say anything, but I was like, whatever. Well, the thing is that maybe I did not end the date with just a kiss. And so, bonjour. You know what? I told this story to like a whole group of people, and where I was like completely like not I was not censored, and they were like, Janelle. I said, I know, I've been doing a lot. And so like let's just say, because like my friend was like, my friend, we're gonna give her the name Mary. And Mary was like, I'm gonna give you the room tonight if you and Patrick want to hang out. And I was like, oh my God, love you, thank you. But I did not realize that her boyfriend had not left.
So the boyfriend heard all what was going on.
Bonjour, yes, amen. So then Patrick and I hung out 3 days straight. And so
So where was Omar?
I don't know. That wasn't my problem. I wasn't answering his phone calls. I was having fun with Patrick.
See why I can't mess with Sagittarius? But you also were 21.
I was also 21. I would never do that now. I am 36 now. Actually, I don't know. Piss me off and maybe I'll do it.
I'm 36 now. I don't know if I would do that now. Well,
you know what? I know I would not do it because I have a better barometer for red flags than I did when I was 21. So now I can see when I look back at that time, Omar had red flag after red flag. Like he could have wrote the encyclopedia on red flags, and I was not aware of them. And now with age and maturity, I clocked those red flags. We're not dealing with those red flags. It ain't worth it. And trust me, with Omar, a lot of things were below average, and so I definitely would not tolerate that.
Well, again, you were 21.
I was 21. And so like basically a day after me, like Patrick, I ended things with Patrick because then he wanted to get with my other friend, and I was like, we're not doing this, Patrick. Goodbye. Like I literally like left him on the street. Bye.
Oh my God.
And so then I went back into our house. We lived on a compound with like 4 houses. And so I went back into, also I lived in house 1, and the catchphrase for our house was from the other houses were, it's not a party until something breaks in house 1. Because we would put our alcohol bottles in the freezer, and because we were getting so litty, when we would take them out of the freezer, they would slip through our hands and we would break these bottles. and people were like, "Oh, it's time to party. There's something broken house one." So it's just, that was us. T.
Okay.
20
All right. So I don't know how we ended up at this
oh,
particular story,
right.
but
And then so basically, okay. So then Omar calls me a day later. He cusses me out. He's upset. Like, you cheated on me. I said, you cheated on me first. I don't cheat first. I've never cheated before. But I guess it was the first for everything. Like, I was upset. I was crying. And I was like, how dare you talk to me? Blah, blah, blah. And so I was like, not, and we were going back and forth, and he ended things with me. And I was really upset. And I was like in a funk. And my friend was like, and my friend said this in front of her boyfriend, his best friend. Girl, no, don't you cry over this dude. He is not worth it. He is not worth it. And she goes like, you're gonna find somebody. I believe it. I believe you're gonna find someone. 2 days later, I found what I at the time considered the love of my life. And so I was living my best life. But then Omar found out about that. And you know what? To this day, Omar still reaches out to me, but I have him blocked on all social media.
15 years later, he still reaches out.
Mm-hmm. That was the best thing he ever had.
Well, you need to go back to Ghana and go get your Omar.
No, I do not want Omar. Omar can go kick rocks. Omar can go rot in hell. No to the Omar. I see all to say is look up your astrocartography, y'all. See what city you may find love. Because you never know. Exactly. And it was popping off for me in the crawl. And maybe if you were part of that members live a few months ago, maybe another city is providing very similar yet more.
Have you looked up? I don't remember if you said this during the members.
I did say the city. The city is more.
No. Did you look up? Is the astrocartography for that city in line for what you're looking for?
Yes, it actually there is specific. I noticed something weird about the chart with my Venus placement and my descendant line. I was like, what's that about? And I remember just thinking like, I don't understand this part. And so I looked it up. I started researching it. And when I saw what it meant, I literally had a panic attack.
Oh.
Because if you are a Sagittarius, again, what you were saying earlier about the rising and moon is very true.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm a Sagittarius sun with an Aries rising and an Aries moon. So I'm going to be different from someone who may have like a Libra rising or a Pisces rising.
Or Sagittarius. Ooh! That one.
Now I will tell you as a Sag, run. Run. You want... that they're the people who that makes everyone else think that we are anti-commitment. I love commitment. I am loyal. I am a super loyal person. I'm just not going to settle. There's a difference. I will be loyal to you. I'm a very loyal person to my friends and to my family. I got your back through and through. Like, I will fight for you. But I'm not going to settle for mediocrity because I've dated mediocrity, aka Omar. We're not doing that anymore. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. And guess what? I threw away the t-shirt because it doesn't fit anymore. We're not doing this. Okay?
I'm sad. Oof.
PSM, we're going to pray for you. Okay?
Yes, we are.
We're going to pray for you.
On that note, I have to let you go because we do have a line of people.
Oh my God. Okay, yes, T. Go look at your astrocartography, y'all. But yes.
Thanks, Janelle. Have a good day. Bye. Oh, bye. All right, we're going to bring Izzy back up. Izzy, are you there?
I am here, and my child is in the shower and getting ready for bed.
We understand life of a mom.
Yes. So I thought I'd call in to tell you how I manifested my husband. So like I was saying, I was in my 20s. I spent about 6.5 years with somebody who I really cared about. We had a lot of, we were very attracted to each other, a lot of passion in our relationship, but, could not keep, his, things to himself. And so I thought, how are you going to, be my husband, lead my household, and you can't control yourself? So it took some time, but I eventually got out of that situation. And, and after going back and forth with somebody for so long, I had some girlfriends who were like, you know what, we should take a Valentine's Day trip to go visit one of our mutual friends who at the time was living in Mexico City. And so we treated ourselves to a little girls trip, flew out to see a girlfriend of ours who was married. And, during the course of the trip, we're out exploring, seeing Mexico City. And we randomly end up back in their apartment, and it was myself, my two friends, and my friend's husband. And they decided that I should have a, online dating profile. And I was like, what do I look like going on, one of these sites? I don't know. It does, I'm not sure if I'm into that. But they were like, listen, you're single, you should enjoy yourself. This was maybe about 6-7 months after I had broken off that other relationship. And, they were just really encouraging. And so they helped me write my profile. And then we selected some pictures, and then we showed my friend's husband, so that he was someone who had known me for a long time. And so he actually, from a male perspective, helped me kind of take a look, make sure it sounded like me, made sure, gave me advice about some of the pictures and things like that. So I was like, whatever, what can I lose? I wasn't really expecting anything to come of it. So once I got home, I wouldn't consider myself a religious person, but I am a very spiritual person. And, people call me Izzy, but my name is connected to Egypt. And so I have a lot of Egyptian things in my house. And there's a friend had gotten me a little pyramid with the winged Isis symbol on it. And as part of this pyramid, they said, you should, use it to write out your dreams and your wishes. And so I took a little piece of paper once I got home from that trip, and I wrote down like 3 things that I absolutely needed in a partner, and a slightly longer list of things that I wanted. Like, what were my non-negotiables and sort of the things that would be like bonuses. And so I think I wrote down things like, has a career, not just a job, has integrity, and is undeniably into me, because I had gone through so many experiences with cheating. Yeah. So, and then listed out some other things that I really liked, folded up the paper, put it in the pyramid, and, just kind of kept it in my window and didn't really think too much else about it. Well, and I think what I kind of recall is that, as I was kind of getting back into the dating scene, I remember at one point just kind of praying and saying, God help me to find my partner. And when you send them, shine a light on them so I pay attention. Because I know me, and I know that, sometimes the right person will come into your life, but you don't recognize them because they don't look a certain way, or they're not who you're used to. And so,
that. Sorry. Just Izzy, what's your astrological sign?
So I am a Gemini. Look, I know y'all, I know sometimes y'all be saying things, right? Yes, but I'm a Gemini. I think I'm a Libra moon and a Virgo rising.
Okay.
And so, those are just kind of the things that I remember kind of thinking about and, and hoping for myself as I was kind of getting back into the dating scene. And I'd say that trip happened in February. I'd say because it was right around Valentine's Day, I'd say by the 1st of March, I was kind of checking the profile periodically, but I never reached out to anybody individually until one day this profile popped up, like a 97% match. And I kind of looked at his picture and I was like, oh, I thought he was cute. And what I liked about it is that he had all this stuff on his profile about being a nerd. And, we had a lot of similar interests, liked, Marvel, liked, different, books, like, it was a very honest profile. Like, it was clear that he wasn't kind of putting on airs or trying to be anything other than he wasn't. And so he was the only person who I proactively reached out to. So I sent him a message. It was one sentence. I said, just saying hello from one nerd to another. And that was it. And, so we started chatting back and forth, for a couple weeks. I'd say, probably towards the end of March, we, set a lunch date just to kind of meet and get to know each other. And I thought he was great. I met him. I thought he was fun, but I wasn't sure if it was a love connection. And so, we continued to talk. Life kind of started lifing. I got really busy at work. I had a car accident, like, nothing serious, but like there was just a lot of stuff going on. And so, I just kind of got lax with communicating with him. And he reached back out to me and was like, hey, just checking on you. Hope everything's okay. And I was like, yeah, no, it's fine. I said, I really enjoy talking to you. I'm just not sure if it's, if this is kind of going to go somewhere. And he was like, well, listen, I just really enjoy spending time with you. You're someone who I really just enjoy. And so I'd really like to keep you in my life, whatever that looks like. And so without the pressure of it being something, it allowed us to just kind of spend time with each other, hang out, do, nerdy things like play board games and, go on walks in nature. And it really just allowed us to get to know each other without airs, without sort of the pressure of, of having everything be, sort of, some big romantic moment. And we laugh about it now because he'll tell people, he was like, you friend zone me hard. But, it was his patience and his, just honesty and integrity that really, made it become more. And it was really at that point where I opened up that pyramid and pulled out the things that I really wanted, in a potential partner, the things that I needed, my non-negotiables. He had every single thing on the list that I needed. And I'd say about 85-90% of the things that I wanted. And it was just a real natural evolution. And what I also really liked about him is when I kind of friend zoned him, he said, well, listen, no problem. He was like, but, if you want to ever take this out of the friend zone, it's going to have to be your move. Which I really loved because it meant that he respected me enough to like say, hey, that's your boundary, no problem. I'm still interested, but if you wanted to move forward, like you'll have to let me know that, give me the green light to proceed. And so
and pushing up on you when you already told him I'm not interested in you in that way.
Exactly. And so I say, it only took about another month and we, were official and, officially dating. And fast forward, we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary in June.
Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Happy early anniversary. What are you guys going to do for your 10th?
We're going to take a trip. He's planning it. He planned our honeymoon and we went to Bali and Singapore. And yeah. So before we met, he hadn't really traveled, that widely internationally, but I had. And so when, we decided to get married and, we talked about the honeymoon, he was like, well, what about the Caribbean? And I was like, the Caribbean? And I was like, listen, there's nothing wrong with the Caribbean, but I was like, I want to go somewhere I might not be able to get back to. So yeah. So he did a really
our community, Izzy, because we think that way. We love the Caribbean from the Caribbean, but just saying.
Exactly. So I wanted to just kind of, broaden my horizons. So, and we had a fantastic time and he planned that. So he decided to take the lead on planning our 10th anniversary too. And we've got 2 wonderful kids, and we've just really built a fantastic life together. So if I have advice for any of the singles, in the chat, I just say, write down the things that you're looking for, so that when it walks into your life, you can recognize it. Because sometimes we get busy, we get caught up, we get, frustrated, and the answer could be staring you right in the face. And so sometimes it takes, a little reminder to, recognize that, hey, maybe this person may not be what I had in my head of what I thought my partner might be, but they may have everything that you're looking for.
Jocelyn, I feel like that story was meant for you. Just saying. But no, I think it's going to touch a lot of people. So I appreciate you calling in. I know you had a very busy night, but we
Yes.
appreciate your story. So
Yeah,
thank you.
no, of course, no problem. And actually, my husband and I came to your Valentine's Day show in DC.
Oh my God, I just reposted that photo. That's when I had my chest roll out.
Yes, exactly. What was it, like a maroon suit or something like that?
Yes, I love that suit. That's a boss suit. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Did I get to meet you guys?
You did. We did a meet and greet. We have a picture together.
Can you send me the picture again so I can put?
Yeah.
I remember the people that I met. I just can't connect the names and everything like that.
Yeah, and I think we did the meet and greet at the second DC show that you did. So, but also, which email should I send it to?
Just at KEMPIREDaily@gmail.com.
Okay, will do.
Thank you so much for sharing that, and happy early anniversary.
Thank you, no problem. Have a great weekend, everybody.
You too. We have a great Valentine's Day too. What do you got planned?
Look, he's planning it. We already got flowers. He got flowers for me, our daughter, and my mom.
Oh, what's his astrological sign?
He's an Aquarius.
Oh, 2 air signs. Apparently.
I know.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I hope you have a fantastic Valentine's Day tomorrow.
Thank you so much. You too.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I love that. We needed that because y'all know it's about to be some mess. You know it's about to be some mess backstage here. No, we have a couple more callers, guys. You're just joining us. Don't forget to like the video. It's an easy, free way of supporting not just my channel, but other channels as well. And if you're listening to this on the podcast, be sure to give us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts and on Spotify. As you can see, I'm not in my studio. I'm in the living room of my apartment talking about dating. And we've done this before, so just Google Schmoogle it on YouTube. You can also hear it on the podcast as well. All right, let me just say thank you so much, Foxy, for gifting memberships. We appreciate you. Thank you. So be sure to thank Foxy for the membership she may have gifted you. All right. Kimmy says, I could never call. Why not? Why not? I'm dropping a call link just for you. Look, just for you. All right. But we do have people backstage. And it's almost 10 o'clock here in New York. Let me bring up Christina and her beautiful dog. I love that dog. Oh, you're muted. You're still muted. Can I unmute you myself? Hold on. Unmute. Oh, it's not unmuting. Oh, no. Is it because you have the headphones in? Maybe. I still can't hear you. Drop out and call back in. I'll bring you right up, Christina. Okay. Oh, wait.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. There we go.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, how you doing today? I want you to see my face so you can know I'm a real person. She right here. Look, say hi.
Hi, cutie patootie.
She was ignoring me. I had to give her a pepperoni. Sometimes her name is Cookie and she's very sweet, but she means sometimes.
Well.
But I wanted to, I'll come on here just talking stuff. And since the last time I talked to you and interacted with you, I started yoga classes.
Oh.
Yeah, and because I like hearing you talk about meditation.
It's on Cookie.
Yeah,
you're all in it.
Yeah, right. That's how it is. But I love her. She's my BFF.
Oh.
But I started reading tarot cards.
Okay.
Because I believe that I'm intuitive, right?
Mm-hmm. What's your sign?
And I am a Pisces sun, March 2nd. I'm a Virgo. Yes, I did my birth chart. I read an astrology book. I'm Virgo moon and Virgo rising. Actually, I have Virgo 6 times in my chart.
God bless you. But that's good though for you because your Pisces.
It balances me out. Sometimes when I'm falling in my full delusions, and I'll be like, "Girl, this is stop."
I understand.
But But I just wanted to again give you your props for the community that you have and all that jazz. But I did want to say something about the intuition. So
Yeah.
maybe about a week or so ago, I was like at therapy and I just felt like this pit in my stomach about my daughter's father coming back. Like since I had separated from him, um he wants the power of the relationship or whatever it was, like once I was no longer under his spell,
Mm,
um he just started to being mean. And of course, and I say of course because most times when you're in committed relationships, from my experience, what I've seen, when they no longer have access to the mother anymore, it's like, I'm done.
yeah.
He took out his anger by being absent and
Mm,
basically abandoned my daughter. And it
wow.
was hard, with that. I got her into therapy and things like that. And of course, like herpes child, he popped. Right? It's
You
just
ready
like,
for
oh,
that analogy, but okay.
because that's what it is.
Mm,
you
he
know,
was a flare up.
but he saw her and of course she wants that relationship back. And of course, I'm as long as he's not going to hurt her, I'm down for it. But it just made me really think, oh my God, it's something in my body that tells me something is coming and I need to listen to that. That
Mm-hmm.
happened before in 2024 when my aunt died.
Mm,
Like that night, I was just like tossing and turning. Like I cleaned my whole house,
that
like from
Virgo.
top to bottom.
There's that Virgo in you.
hmm Not mind you, I grew up with her in a house with
Mm,
her. She did that too, and I didn't. It
mm,
didn't correlate. So
mm.
when that happened with my daughter's father last week, I was like, I really got to tap into these psychic abilities
Yep, you definitely
because
have it.
there are times where I know things and I'm scared to say it. And it's
Mm,
because of how I grew up, not able to really say how I feel, seeing adults not really be as responsible or having adults depend on me for all things. But when it comes to me having boundaries, that's not okay
mm.
because I'm a child in a situation, even though I'm almost 50. It's just really weird.
Almost 50.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be 46 in a couple of weeks.
Well, that's not almost 50, but still
Child.
46.
Look, I did the old math. That is almost 50.
You rounded up.
Because I feel like when I tell people I'm almost 50, you're like, what? Yeah,
You
I'm
really have
on.
it. But that's the Pisces too.
It's
If
a
you look
number.
at Pisces, there's also a very youthful energy about Pisces.
Absolutely. Like the men that I date
If
now
you
are in
told me
their
you were like
30s.
30, I would have believed you.
I do allow people to say that.
'Cause I
I
was
can
like,
get by until I'm on the dance floor and my mega knees give out. You can't really,
well, like I'm dealing with a little bit of a neck issue right now, so
you know,
didn't
get you.
have these issues when I was 30, but okay.
You don't need it that much no more.
Don't I don't got a bed. I need my neck.
But no, like I used to like I think it's the way we've been socialized growing up in that time where it's like you need a man. And I don't know, like I like the companionship, but I don't want anybody in my house. Like I like to like it's peaceful now. And it sucks sometimes when you see everybody like, oh, I got my Valentine. And it's just like, girl, I do too. I got my
I get what you're saying, especially as someone that lives on his own, has lived on his own for a while.
mm,
It does you do because I do look at certain people, and especially when I'm going through these like dating apps. I'm just like, oh my goodness,
those dating
there's just
apps.
nothing. You just don't like nobody and nothing.
It's a
But
lot of mirages.
yeah, my thing is, and I'm saying this for myself as well, we did not
Mhm.
come back into this life to be alone. We came into this
Absolutely.
life to commune with each other, not necessarily,
Mhm.
oh, you've been married for
Community.
years. Community, very much like what we have here,
Mhm.
but also loving all
Mhm.
levels of love. So all of that's
Mhm.
important. That's why I always joke with you guys. Oh, I'm gonna have my relationship and things like that. Partially, it's me joking, but it's also like, no, I'm really going to have my relationship. Dude, I did not
Mhm.
come back into this life to be
Mhm.
alone, to entertain y'all. Okay, that was only a part of the story. Okay.
Well, I thank God that you did.
Well, thank you. Thank
But
you.
yeah, I certainly feel that way as well. But once I broke up from their relationship, I realized that I didn't know anything about myself. I just
Mm,
poured myself into being a mother, and that was just my full identity.
mm,
And like I see some of the housewives struggling with that, I've certainly identified with it. And what I did was just figure out what I like. I didn't know what I like, so I
mm.
took yoga classes. I read textbooks. Like I like reading those. It's a nerd alert. But but I
Nothing wrong with that.
started.
Stuff in your brain.
It is like I do feel like I have to start sharpening myself now because I am going up the hill. You know what I
That's
mean?
what
And
I'm
I have a teenager and I want to be able to be physically
saying.
here with her and also relate to her mentally. Like I work in with computers, so I have to be able to protect her cyberly now. And
Yeah.
it's just like I have like different goals. I started writing. I started a
Okay.
blog,
Okay.
and I just feel fulfilled now, and I would hate for someone to come in and just tear it up.
Well, very much like we were saying to Jaslene, we got to change that language because if we're very, this is why when people talk about Amanda on Beverly Hills, I hate to bring it back to, but I think it's
Mm-hmm.
relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And because to me, it's making like manifestation is this hokey thing, but it's a real thing. You're
No, it's
manifesting
real.
every part of your life.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you are not intentionally doing it, you are
Mm-hmm.
manifesting your life. So that language that you just shared, you need to change it up. How
Mm-hmm.
about this person could come into your life and only enhance
Enhance
your
it.
life
Okay.
in ways that you can't
Absolutely.
imagine.
Absolutely. I am getting into the habit of speaking positively over my life. I think it came from me not really knowing the language. I just know that this is what I don't want.
Mm.
You understand what I mean?
Well,
So
you
I
gotta
do
focus on what
understand
you
that.
do want.
Absolutely. And with that being said, it's not like I'm not dating. I
Yeah.
am open to it, but I don't want myself to be I found myself in a lot of candy situations because I am highly educated. I have a
Mm.
master's degree, and sometimes I have to downplay myself, or
Mm.
not even downplay myself. Let me say that differently. I
Mhm.
have to not really brag on myself as much
Why
when I
would you
am
ever
on dating apps
why would you ever
because
do that?
hmm,
Why would you ever do that?
because it can be dangerous when a man is like jealous of you or
And that's
tries
the
to.
man for you.
I
Why would you
exactly.
ever
I
date
hear you. I
your
understand that. So that's where I feel like a little bit of the hope is gone because I'm going to look into my cartology
Mhm.
because I think here forgot to mention this. I live in Baltimore.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not really that much in this region. Most
Mm.
of the guys that I have dated have been like in the DC region or not here. And a
Okay.
lot of people, and that's not far. It's like 40 miles away. But if you're from Baltimore, Baltimore and DC is not the same. Okay.
Oh,
Totally
okay,
different.
my PC show, not
They they will we all say the same thing. It's not the same. Shout out to the girl from Charles County.
I would
But I
have
say all that to say, I'm not adverse to it. I'm not like looking for it. But I think once I let the mouse go, I think it'll come. That's all I
yeah.
mean.
Very much like the advice I gave to Jaslyn. I don't know if you were here when I was giving we were
Yeah, I
talking.
heard you. I loved her story, by the
I
way.
want you to implement some of that language into your writing, into your profile, and as you start your day, because it has to start to seep in.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to remember, for many many years, you were
Mm-hmm.
telling yourself other things about who you are,
Mm-hmm.
what you want, and what you deserve. So you have to start every single day by feeding yourself the opposite of the things that you actually want to manifest.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're
it's
right.
gonna happen. And then you're gonna call us
You're
back and
right.
be like, I found the one. I'm doing this. I
Order
actually need
two. Order three.
I mean, I'm
I
not
really don't
judging.
feel like no, I really don't feel like I'm like a one woman person
Okay.
because times I get tired of people really fast. I have this, oh my God, I'm in love when I first meet them and stuff. And then I really get to, all of that starts to go away and they do one thing, or maybe they just weren't really a match anyway. And I was just delusional that day. Like it just, it's just,
It could
I
be a
don't,
little bit of that Pisces energy.
I really do feel like I do love just love. I like relationships. I'm really magnetic. Most of the people that I meet, I keep in my life.
Mm.
Um, I have a close friend that went from my nail tech. She did my nails. It looks so
I
pretty.
was about to say that your nails were standing out to me. I was like, oh, they're like
She did
iridescent.
amazing. Go to Selfish guys in Pikesville.
Okay.
Um, but I can go from that to not really giving a care in the world to just block and forget you forever. And I don't I don't like being like that. I love just being jovial and loving and caring, but I really have been tired of being taken advantage of when it came to that.
Yeah.
And I do recognize that I have, something in me, a light in me that everybody doesn't deserve.
Mm.
So that's really what it just boils down to. Maybe love isn't here for me in Maryland. Maybe it's not. And that's what I meant to say. Not that I'm just not open to it. It's just
Yeah.
that when it comes, it comes. Right now, I'm concentrating on myself. I want to get my writing off the ground.
Mm.
I want to be seen in that arena. I know that I have something to say that people need to hear.
Mm.
So I just want to concentrate on that. I also know that nobody is ever going to go before my daughter, and they have to understand that.
Mm.
And to be honest, a lot of people don't. When I see things like Super Scent, you know who she is?
Yeah.
Super Scent. Like when I seen the story about her son and her husband, it just really like I just don't understand how women can shift their priority to like they can have like a peaceful home with their children and just bring that in here. Like I don't see myself ever having someone move into our home and my daughter not being okay with it,
Mm.
or you know what I'm saying, like she know, like I have to make sure that she knows that she's a priority. And it comes from my background. Like my parents were drug addicted. They're
Mm.
still alive. I just say were because that's part of my trauma.
Mm.
But I just don't, like, she is first in everything,
Yeah.
even with her dad. Like it was just like she is first. And I just don't get how people can. I think maybe because I am a Pisces and Virgo, like that stuff is like really really serious. Like to bring a person into the world, that's a serious thing. Like, and you should not ever put them in danger, psychological danger,
Yeah.
physical danger, emotional danger. So I just feel like now that I'm centered, she's centered, we're all Cookies okay. She might not be that centered. But
You're very sensitive right now. She's being a very good girl.
yeah, she quiet. But you know what I'm trying to say. Like I just feel like I don't want anything to rock the boat, and I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
And I feel like I have to say that to make it clear because there are times when I am, lost in the delusion, someone's really looking good, or when sun's out, the buns come out. I'm saying all this now because it's cold.
I can't wait for the
Catch
sun
me
to
in
come out.
this.
Lord.
Look,
If y'all see
because
me half naked on the beach, mind your business.
mind your business.
Because
Okay.
we had a
Don't
couple
forget,
in there over on
don't
this.
forget, we get married when we're 90. Okay.
Look, y'all heard that, right? He's taking planes.
You told me this when we were in DC at the show. You said that.
90, I might have Alzheimer's.
I'll remember.
I remember. Here's the thing: the things that I'm doing for my brain, 90, I'm gonna be sharp as a tack. Just saying.
As I sip on my strawberry Rita. I don't want to put alcohol on the thing.
Thank you, appreciate
But but yeah, I just thank you for having time, and thank you for doing this. This is my second year calling in for this. Last year when I called, you had the young lady on. Was she the dating coach? Was that Valentine's Day or was that after?
I don't remember, but it was probably Keisha because I think Keisha's been the only one that we've had as a guest. But I'm gonna bring a matchmaker, so that we can pick her brain. on stuff. So stay
Yeah,
tuned.
Keisha was really good. And last year after we hung up on this, I had met a guy. He was real nice. He was a Pisces too, child.
But that might be a match between the two Pisces.
It was hot and heavy. It was, but he just didn't keep to his word. I don't like that. I don't like
Pisces
when you
men.
say
I
you're
keep
gonna.
telling y'all about y'all Pisces men.
Yeah, I don't like when you say you're gonna do something you don't do it.
Me
It could be
either.
something as minor as let me
Mhm.
give you a call back, or I'm going to do this for you and you don't. Like I have to keep. You have to say
That's
what
the
you're going to
Virgo.
do and mean it.
That's the Virgo in you. Earth sign.
But what's her name? Jacine.
Destiny.
The lady that was talking about the dating apps and stuff, and
Yeah.
she was saying that the guy that she was talking to kind of like clammed up when it was time for them to meet. They
Yeah.
do that a lot. And I think a lot of times they just like to talk
Mm,
and get you on the line and get you all revved up. And I think what I have done, I can give some advice on that. I just cut that down. We're not talking for more than a couple of weeks without
yeah.
meeting or FaceTiming, because that will save you a lot of heartache. I
Yeah.
think a lot of times I wouldn't let go of someone because I invested all this time. I did
Mhm.
this, I had that. But this lady at yoga told me the other day, and it hit so hard. She said, let it go or get dragged.
Ooh.
And I was just
Let
like,
it go or get dragged. That's so true.
in
Let
everything,
let it
let
go.
it go or get dragged. And I was like, I don't want to get dragged. I do the dragging.
Ooh. That's also the Virgo in you too.
Mhm. Yeah.
Christina, well,
But
thank
I'll
you so
let
much
you
for
go.
calling in and sharing.
Absolutely. I love you and keep up the good work. I'm gonna send you some pictures of Cookie.
Yeah.
She hadn't taken a good one since Christmas.
Oh, I love
I have to
dogs.
put her.
I need to
Yeah,
go get me
okay.
one. But that's also helpful when you don't have a relationship too, pets. Just saying.
She keeps me on my toes. Like, and I do love her. She's gonna go get groomed tomorrow.
Oh,
And I'm gonna take my daughter to
Valentine's Day.
Cheesecake Factory. Yeah. Look,
Oh, I love
tomorrow is
the Cheesecake
Saturday.
Factory. Cheesecake
Yeah.
Factory food is delicious.
Look, we going at lunchtime. Me and her gonna go get
Mm.
wild
They allow
cookies in there
dogs?
getting groomed. Hmm?
They allow dogs in Cheesecake Factory?
No, Cookie is getting groomed
Oh,
and drop her off, and we gonna go. We use grooming as daycare. She gonna be in there all
oh.
day. We doing
And
everything.
y'all gonna go. Cookie gonna smell that food on y'all, and she gonna be very upset.
It's not gonna be any evidence.
Oh, I can't eat all that food at Cheesecake Factory. It will definitely
No,
be
I
like
can't either.
I'll be
I
taking all
can't
those
either.
leftovers home. All right.
Yeah.
Now you made me hungry. I will talk
Yes.
to you
All
soon.
right. I love you. I'll talk to you later.
Bye, Christina. All right, we have a long line of people backstage. Lord have mercy. Okay. I'm gonna have to take a potty break in a second, y'all. But before we do that, we're going to oh wait, there was someone from Facebook that shout out to those of you watching on Facebook. I'm missing all the comments. Hold on. Oh, here you go. Melissa Dean says, "Hey, Kempire, I listen to all your podcasts and love your content. Glad to see you live. Thank you so much. Shout out to everyone watching on Facebook and those of you watching on YouTube as well. Osfly Girl, thank you so much for the super chat. Osfly Girl says, thank you for your kindness and care for your followers. All the love, no matter what day. No matter what day. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Osfly Girl. Hope you have a happy Valentine's Day. Scotty G, thank you for the heart in the super chat. We appreciate you as well. Be sure to say thank you to our mods in the chat as well, guys. And don't forget to like the video. It's easy, free way of supporting not just my channel, but other channels as well. Will start popping up. As you can see here on the channel, we don't just talk about housewives. We don't just talk about reality television. We don't just talk about pop culture. But you can get all of that here and our special dating lives. We're going to bring up viewer viewing next. Viewer viewing, what's going on? Are you there?
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, what's going on?
I didn't turn my camera on because I was like, I don't want the whole world seeing me now.
It's okay. It's up to you.
um,
It's up to you.
huh?
It's up to you.
I gotta be top secret because of where I work.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah. So listen, my thing is, I like. I'm trying to get back into the dating scene because, as my sister would say, girl, you take long breaks, but I take long breaks because I need them. You know what I'm
Ooh,
saying? Like, and
what's long?
oh, years.
Oh, okay.
Uh, yeah, yeah.
These
You know,
relationships, though.
huh?
How long are these relationships?
Ooh, you know, sometimes, sometimes, like I was in a on again, off again, in my early or late 20s, early 30s.
Mhm.
And then, after the pandemic, I got back out there, you know, because I was like, ooh, think fast. I gotta get out there. You know what I'm saying? And then like, you know, from like not being on the same page, you know, with guys I meet online because I work from home. Um, it's 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 challenging, you
Mhm.
know, like to kind of just meet guys. And it's interesting because when if I go out on a date with a guy, I'm like, you know, I always ask, like, if we were out in public and you just never, you know, you just, that was your first time seeing me, would you like actually step up to me
Yeah.
and, you know, shoot your shot? And of course, the answer is always, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm. It's like slim pickings. Cause, you know, I live in Seattle and the Seattle freeze is real.
Oh.
Um, and so it's tough out here. Like, I'm going to give you a plain example. Yesterday, I was on the dating app and I had been talking to a guy on there for a little while and he was like, oh, like, let's exchange numbers. And I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool. Oh, Kempire, Kempire. Tell me why he turned out to be a homophobic hotep. I said, oh no,
Look,
not
what's
not in the
wrong?
year of not in the year of our Lord and Savior and my pretend lavender marriage with Ricky Martin. Nuh-uh. I was like, and as he's like kind of going down this like trail, I'm like, ooh, how do I get out of this conversation?
Mm.
And like I'm texting my friend, and I'm like, girl, and she's not answering. Uh, like while I'm texting, and then finally, saved by the bell, because mama knows best. And my mom called, and I was like, oh, I gotta go, I'll call you back. I ain't called back. He called me today and he texted me some TikTok. I said, I ain't looking at that. And I need to block too. But then I went back on the app. I'm like, this guy, he got these are old pictures. You know, when like iPhone first came out, because he's like,
Damn.
yeah, because he's like 50, and I'm 40. I'm a young 40. Just turned 40 last month. I'm a Capricorn. I know. I know. I hear what you say about Kyle, and I'm like, oh, oh.
Which I don't. I used to like Kyle. That's why I'm also
Mhm,
surprised because I think it's not even just, again, this is why it's important to know other parts of someone's birth chart.
mhm. Yeah, but so it's it's challenging when you work from home, and
Mm.
then like uh it's just it seems like the other caller was saying, like how guys will like just talk to you, talk to you, talk to you. I don't have time for all that. Like, you know, like it should be, hey, hi, how you doing? You know, like a few, you know, Q&As, and then who, what, when, where. You know what I'm saying? Like to really hit it off. Because I am an outgoing person. I go hiking with my little Rottweiler, Victory. I say little Rottweiler. She's 20
Absolutely.
pounds.
As a Rottweiler.
But she my baby. But it's just like, and I'm 40 now. I don't want to have kids. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? And especially in this world that we're living in,
Oh,
you know, like, what am I bringing them into? Like, on the real, like, some days I'm like, is today gonna be the day that they make like an announcement that I have like so many hours to get out? You know what I'm saying?
damn.
Like, I just feel like, is there an expiration date on the freedom papers?
Oh
So
Lord.
I'm sorry, I just really feel that way. I mean, look at how it is. I never thought Don Lemon would be arrested, and for the BS he was arrested for. And so I would like to have somebody in my life. If they had a child or children, all from one mama though. I'm not having a PTA round like Future, okay?
Right.
But I'm open. Ooh, girl. My dog just ran towards the ball and hit her face up against
Oh,
the wall. But ball is life. But it's
Victory, I
just
need you to sit down.
I know, seriously. But I want it, and like you were telling the other caller, like saying it every day, like I'm like, okay, so what's the words you say? Like, my billionaire is coming, like you always be saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm partly being facetious.
I know, but you never know. You're saying it now, but you could find a billionaire like that works at Patagonia or works for the Patagonia. You
I'm
know his
open to
story,
it.
right?
Oh no, I don't know his story.
Well, he got mad when like Forbes put him on some list because he tries to be really ethical and
Mm,
low key,
right.
like to the point you can send in your stuff like to get sewed up and stuff. Like they'll replace it. Like he likes to do a lot of community based or
Mm.
work. So, anyways, so it could happen to you, but I just like
I
I
dwell
want
in
to know,
possibility.
huh?
I dwell in possibility.
Yeah, I want like I want to know like what do I get up and say like today's the day? Like what exactly is the word on the curb
Well,
say?
I would start with words that are believable for you. You know,
Mhm.
because to say like, "Oh, I'm going to be a multimillionaire today," you're gonna be like, "Yeah, right, girl." But
Mhm.
you know what? I'm financially free. I feel financially
Mhm.
free, or I'm getting to that place. Or
Mhm.
today I might meet someone that makes me smile or that compliments me, and,
Mhm.
and I'm going to embrace it.
Mhm.
Start slow. And
Mhm.
so many affirmations that you can find online that will be more fitting for you and what's believable for you. But you have to keep in mind the opposite of what's happening is that you're saying negative things to your about yourself and to yourself, and you're not even realizing it. It's in a loop, and you're manifesting what you're experiencing around you, good, bad, and indifferent.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. And so do I just block the Hotep's number, of course?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
without a
But
shadow, like right now.
yeah. And then do I uh yeah, because when he said that, I was like, oh, hold
I was
like
shocked.
I
But you know
I
what
was
it
like
is? He's not thinking that you're an ally, and it's just something like, oh, she's interested in men, so she's not gonna care.
yeah, and I'm like, little do you know, I have like three uncles and my oldest sister and my youngest sister out of seven of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. And then me and my doc, because I think Victory get she lesbian too.
Vicky's probably looking at you like that. Don't be telling my business.
I mean, I think she pansexual because she'll hump anything. But I really, I like, I'm an ally. Like, dude, like you're talking like, and you had so much vitriol. Like, I was just like, ugh. But like, I don't think that every guy is like that. But
Tell
that's like
better
a.
that Victory's a stud. I'm sorry. I got this. That's where I give
um,
you a nice affirmation. I am loved. Love is all around me. I am so worthy of love. I am desirable. That's a good one.
Ooh,
Write
I
that down.
gotta screenshot that. Ooh, yeah, come on, somebody.
That's a good
Like, I really do, yeah, because I feel that with my dog because she's so happy and
one.
go lucky and will tell me like, no, this ain't the one. No, yeah, he's cool. She picks up on people real well. But
Wow.
um, I really want love, and maybe because I just turned 40, like I can sometimes get down on myself because like, oh, love's not happening as quickly as I want it to. But
Mm.
historically in my family, like my favorite auntie, she didn't find her special someone until her 40s. And then my favorite cousin, she's getting married. This
I'm
year
so
she'll
mad
be
at your unfavorite cousins. Probably listen to- I guess I'm not the favorite cousin. I'm
well,
sorry.
everybody has their favorites,
Yeah,
but
but we don't say it out loud.
oh no, I say it so they know. Favoritism ain't fair, but she's really sweet. She's really sweet. I'll run and tell anybody. But So like she, she's getting married this summer and she'll be 41. My sister's getting married this summer and she'll be 44. So
So
it's like,
you have all these examples. The universe is sending you all these examples around you. Like, look, it is possible for you. Look, not everyone has these examples that you have of people finding love in their 40s. So
yeah.
counteracting what you're feeling as you've turned 40.
Yeah, I'm just like, hurry up and bring them Black Jesus. I need like if anything, my like my I guess my manifestation station, I'd be like praying like, God, bring them, like, you know what I'm saying?
You know
Like,
what that energy is, though, because along with manifestation, it's not just the words, it's the feeling. It's
mm-hmm.
the feeling. If you're feeling like, where is he? That is pushing him away. That is pushing him away. I always say this. You could probably have met your person walking down the street. This is what I should have said to Christina, who called in, because I had the thought and I forgot to mention it to her. You can meet your person anywhere in the world. You can meet your person right, because I know dating in New York, dating in Baltimore, it could all Seattle. You're like, oh, I'm never going to meet that person here. For all you know, your person could be visiting your city that weekend. But because of your energy, you've pushed that person away. It's not saying that you won't ever meet that person, but you're constantly pushing that person away because of the energy that you're putting out there. I'm never going to find that person here. I walk out the street, I'm like, I dwell in possibility. I could meet this mother father on the train or in the men's room. You just don't know.
Well, yeah, and then as a woman, like dating online, like
No.
if we both match, I'm not gonna initiate the conversation, and maybe that's like I maybe that's like patriarchy, probably,
A
but
little bit of that. I think especially on the apps, it's a little bit different. Like in person, I can understand those patriarchy standards in regards to a woman, approaching a man. But on an app, I feel like it's okay to engage in conversation. But if you feel like the conversation is dragging, kind of thing, then that's another thing. But I don't think there's anything wrong on an app to be like, hey, what's going on? And then at least initiate. Because men are also not conversationalists either. And they might do better in person as opposed to on an app.
yeah, just Jesus keep the hoteps away from me. But especially the homophobic ones.
Yeah, especially.
Okay. Yeah, but I will keep going with it. Um and maybe like I'll initiate like, hey, how's your day? Like, oh, I see you like to do this or whatever. But yeah, I'll be more open.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's so awesome that you have this live where people can come and tell their business. It's like we're the reality show.
Yes.
For once in
I'm
our
all in it
lives.
too. I'm like,
Really? I mean, you keep going, Kempire, like this. Between this and the meditations, you can start your own cult. I'll take care of the animals if you do that. Okay.
Nothing edible. I'm not starting the cult. I told
Yeah,
you.
but
I told you guys an astrologer told me I could.
you really could. I mean, you really could, and I would be there in my free people outfit, ready to go with the animals.
But
Just
the
give me.
reason why you guys like being here is because my true, genuine nature. I would never want to start a cult.
I know, and that too, because about the millions of dollars, you're like, I couldn't even receive $1,000 present in
Right?
Leonardo DiCaprio. That's how I don't see how Mary does it, but she just, yeah, like, but I'm gonna like start to hone in on that and really take it in. I think over here with it being like, I mean, I know everybody is experiencing the winter, but it just like this week, it really like hit me, like as far as, oh my gosh, I'm 40. And not in a sense of like, what am I doing with my life? But like, I I want my companion. I want a person that I can go hike with and
But pay attention.
I,
Pay attention to how you're feeling when you have that reflection on turning 40. Because if it's a feeling of like, oh, you want to
Mhm.
change that feeling to be like, you know what,
I know people. I have a sister that passed away at 21. I
Me
had a best
too.
friend that same year that passed away at 27.
Oh,
So the fact that we have reached this point in our lives, there are some people that don't make it to this point.
yeah,
We should be
yeah,
very grateful.
yeah, yeah. You're so right. You're so right. And I need to hone in on that. When I get up in the morning, I do, I list one person that loves me and one
Mm,
thing I'm thankful about. And, list, at night, I list one thing that made me happy today and one thing I'm grateful for. So
mm,
I need to also hone in on, just like manifesting real relationship. Sometimes um being so guarded can also be a fear,
yes.
and I identify with that so well because of family, upbringing, as we all have experienced, and I should more so focus on the positive male influences that
Mm,
have been in my life,
yeah.
like the three gay uncles, you
Yeah.
know, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
like people who have been consistent and who've been happy and grateful and loving. And so I appreciate your time. I appreciate what you do for this community. This is amazing. And I'm going to continue listening to everybody's love stories because I'm loving this.
Yeah. And we appreciate you being so vulnerable and calling in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Keep us updated.
I will. I will.
All right.
Bye.
Happy Valentine's Day. We have a long line, and I'm going to try to get to everyone, but I need to take a potty break. Okay, girl, I need to take a potty break. While I do that, I will remind you one of our sponsors for today. Go check it out if you've been thinking about starting your own website, business, whatever it may be. This might be one of the ways to do it. Wix has made it very easy for you.
When I first started KEMPIRE Radio 15 plus years ago, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. 15 years later, now artificial intelligence has taken over and it's making your website building so easy. I'm excited to partner with Wix for today's live because Wix was the very first website that I ever used. And even back then, they made it easy. So you can imagine 15 years ago versus 2026, Wix is making it even easier with AI. So there are a couple of really cool things that you can do with Wix. With the hybrid website editor that offers the speed of AI, precision of drag and drop, and guidance of a dedicated AI agent, aka the new way to create websites. And you don't have to pay anyone to do this. You could do this yourself. Create in whatever way feels most natural to you with a platform that lets you flow freely between AI and manual controls. Because some people just let AI do whatever they want, and that is not what you want. You want to be able to do and create something that's unique to you. As I said to you before, you can launch a pro-grade website that's quality, but make it very easy for you to create. There are all kinds of really cool capabilities that they provide. Wix Harmony is packed with some of the coolest, most useful AI features and agents built specifically for small businesses. Generate images, product descriptions, blogs, and more. Automate email marketing, SEO tasks, inventory management, and more. You even get an AI agent named Aria who can help you build your website or take care of business. Wix has been on top of AI for years, so naturally, they're the ones introducing the new way to create websites. Try Wix Harmony for free at wix.com/harmony. That's wix.com/harmony. More details on that will be available in the description.
And we're back. And we're back, guys. So shout out to Wix again. More information on our sponsors will be available in the description. I was good for me to stand up too and stretch my legs. I don't lay down like this often. Miss Esquire has some more affirmations. Miss Esquire says, God created me for love, to love, and to be loved. My existence is a manifestation of God's love. I'm big on affirmations, y'all. Lipstick Leah, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. All right, let me get to the rest of the calls. We do have quite a line. Keith is backstage. Keith has called in before. What's going on, Keith?
Hey, KEMPIRE, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. So in fact, I actually didn't even know I was going to be able to make this live. So I'm actually happy that you were still on when I joined.
We've been on a long time now. 2.5 hours.
Right. But yeah, I was actually just calling because I wanted to really get some insight on you because my friends have been giving me a little bit of advice, but I feel like I need a third party perspective because they're too involved in my relationship, like they know the ins and outs. So I wanted someone from a third party perspective. But I really want to know, when do you know it's too soon or if it's the right time to really move in with someone? Now, the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if you do fully remember my relationship history, but we have been back together for about 9 months, I
Oh,
want to
2
say.
months? Whew, time flies.
Time really does fly. So we've been back together for about 9 months, but the first time, of course, that we were together for about 8 months. So I would say probably like a year and a half in total. But this time around, it's been about 9 months. And earlier this month, late January, I was in Mexico. Me and my man were in Mexico for my cousin's wedding. And I'm not
Oh,
sure, yeah, so it was and it was a great time actually. We had gotten into like a lot of deep conversations because I'm not sure if you remember, but in December, my relationship was kind of a topic during one of your TikToks. I'm not, and we were saying how my man had never actually met my extended family, but he met my close knit family, right?
yeah.
So this time he actually met my extended family, and I come from a very big family. My mom is one of nine, so I have a
Ooh.
lot of cousins, a lot of aunts, uncles. So he actually got to meet them this time, and we were really just talking about really what the next step of our relationship was going to be.
Mm.
And we were talking, and the topic of my lease ended up coming up for my current apartment. Now, my lease ends in the end of May.
Okay.
And I was talking to him and I was saying, oh, I'm not sure if I want to possibly stay, move, or even find me another property in Chicago that I want to own. And that's one of my biggest goals is to be able to buy my own property in Chicago. And when we were talking, he brought up the fact that we don't really see each other as often or as much as we would love to because he does travel pretty often for work.
Oh.
He's a business consultant, so he traveled throughout the US a lot of time handling a lot of small businesses and their finances and things of that nature.
Mm.
So he actually brought the idea. He was like, "Why don't you move in with me?" And at first, I was pretty shocked because it came out of nowhere. I was not expecting this at all,
Mm.
but it had me thinking. I was like, actually, I would love to move in with him, but the biggest issue is not really even just about moving in. It's about a dynamic in our finances.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna be very transparent with y'all.
Mm.
Not too transparent, but just a little bit transparent.
Okay.
So he makes a very, very good amount of money.
Okay.
Now, when I say very good, I mean higher six figures.
Okay.
Me, on the other hand, I make decent, I make lower six figures.
And you're young.
Now,
That's no,
I
no.
am young. Exactly. So because there's a huge difference in our pay, that means there's obviously a huge difference in our bills.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't brought this up yet. We're actually going out tomorrow, so I'm pretty sure this topic going to be brought up again probably tomorrow. And I've been say it again.
On Valentine's Day, y'all gonna talk about this?
I mean, you never know because like when conversations flowing, next thing you know, you never know what the next topic is going to be.
Yeah.
And plus, I've been somewhat dodging the answer because when we spoke about it, I told him that I do need time to think. And me being a Virgo, I don't mince my words. I'm very clear about how
We
I'm.
assume Virgos would, but no.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. But I was telling him that I just need a little bit of more time to think, and I'm pretty sure we're going to probably, if not tomorrow, probably sometime over the weekend.
Mm.
But I just wanted to know, like, how do you discuss really about how? I'm not sure if you ever lived with someone that you dated, but see, like, and they have actually, so they're they're my friends I'm speaking of. They have either lived with someone, or if they haven't, they talked about bringing up finances when you are about to live with someone, which I 100% agree with. Now, my thing is, because there's a huge difference, of course, in our pay, I wanted to know, how do you bring up how things are going to be equitably split? Because, in gay relationships, a lot of times people do split 50-50. But when there's a huge difference in someone's pay, how do you discuss what is going to be divided and what you
Did
can
that not
contribute?
come up initially when he said, "Why don't you move in with me?"
It did come up. However, I wasn't comfortable with the position with the preposition he was trying to do. Now, the thing is, he was willing, because he's currently already owns his own home. So he was saying he was going to continue paying the mortgage regardless if I move in or not.
Yeah.
And I actually and I respect that. I like the idea, but I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable being in someone's home and not contributing. But then on the other end, I'm like, well, if I am moving into someone else's home and I am contributing, I
Yeah.
feel like I kind of want to be on a faster track to a more committed relationship. Like, I'm somewhat,
But aren't
even
you
though I
guys
am,
in a relationship?
we are committed, but when I say committed, I mean married. Now,
Oh.
me, I'm very traditional in a non-traditional sense, because I don't want to be some just living together for 2, 3, 4 years and then I get kicked out on the street. Now, granted, I plan to still keep my home. I mean, not my home. Plan to still keep my job.
Yeah.
So, I still plan to save up and everything. But I just want to know, how do you bring this type of conversation up and really discuss what is going to be delegated for each person in a relationship?
Well, I think this is a very great question, but I would not expect anything less from a Virgo. Um, something very thorough. I think what you're saying is valid. If he's offering for you to move in and he's still going to pay the mortgage, I think you should definitely offer to pay maybe the utilities as a way that you feel like an equal person. But then you should also bring up the conversation, though, if we're going to do something like this, what would be your timeline for getting more serious, like marriage? Because you guys have been dating for 9 months, you're going to move in. I don't think you should rush to get married.
Exactly.
But especially because, how old are you, Keith, again?
I turned 27 this year.
Okay. I think give it a year before even considering seriously marriage. Live with each
I
other. There's
agree.
nothing wrong living in sin. You're already committing to
Right? I might as well sin all the way, right?
might as well just keep on sinning, okay? But no, I think there is no rush to get married. I understand in your head, and maybe that's the patriarchy too, thinking like, oh, if I'm moving into his house, I need to be on that mortgage. I need to be. Well, no, not necessarily. Look at Kimora Lee Simmons. She ain't on that mortgage either, and she living rent free, Keith.
5 years. 5 years.
That could be you, Keith. We are plotting a plot here. Okay, we are figuring something out. But no, I think you should definitely have a conversation, realistic conversation in regards to what he expects, what you expect. I don't think you should rush into the idea of getting married just because you're moving in with
Agree.
him. You know what I mean? There really you're 27. There's no rush to get married. But so that you feel like an equal partner, and you should emphasize to him that you want to feel like an equal partner. You don't want to feel like I'm moving into
Into your
your
home.
home and you could just kick me out at, well, I mean, he can regardless.
Mhm.
But this is your opportunity to be smart, and you will be, because you're a Virgo. Make sure you're putting your FU fund together. You're saving on rent right now. So that money that you would have been paying for rent, I'll be putting that into your FU fund. So when it does come time, don't be tricking out your money. When it comes time for you, God forbid, if it comes time where you have to go find a place, you already got your first, last in security.
That's true. That's true. And I love to shop. So I can only imagine if I don't have to pay any rent.
Right.
I'll be shopping a little bit more.
But
Makes sense.
what you can do is, like, you know what? The money that I'm saving, I'm enjoying, everything's going well with my partner. The money that I'm saving, I'm gonna put into don't put it into a savings account. Invest it.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Put it into some stocks, and then put a portion into savings.
Hmm.
But I don't think you should rush into getting married. I definitely think you guys need to figure out the logistics of how is this going to work? What do you expect? What do I expect?
Mm-hmm.
You
Makes
know?
sense. Exactly. And also another thing is like what you brought up earlier about me moving into his place and it's like basically all his environment. That's another issue kind of with me because I'm kind of type A. And I like to
No, you, Virgo?
just a little bit, just a little bit. But like I like to design and decorate my home the way I like to
Mm.
decorate it. Now, granted, his home is gorgeous, beautiful, 3 beds, right on the Gold Coast of Chicago.
Oh,
Gorgeous home.
yeah.
However, I still want to design it the way I want to design it. And I feel like if I move into his, it would still feel like I'm living in his space and I would feel like a guest 24/7.
That's a conversation to have in regards to where can you, because the last thing I would want to do is someone to come into this apartment that I've spent so much time and effort and
Mm-hmm.
money on to be like, oh, I want to change the, there has to be some sort of compromise. Maybe you can change something. Like this will be a room that you can add a little something to.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm sure he spent a lot of time, and he may not even care. He may be like, change whatever you want to change. He may not care. I would care. They're
I mean, I
probably,
could do what a lot of people do, and they like
I
bring.
just put up these curtains. What do you mean you want to change it to blue? No.
You got to do like one little thing. Well, my friend says that I need to do one little thing at a time.
Yeah.
So change the throw pillows and then
I mean,
change
like,
the curtains in a week. I'm
if,
like, hold
if
up.
it's 3 years from now, then it's like, okay, now it's time for us to find a place where we can do that together.
Mm-hmm.
Depending, and it could be 2 years from now, it could be a year from now, because you both are do well for yourselves financially. So it all depends, but I wouldn't immediately think, because I know Virgos, this is why we talk astrological signs, they want to come in and change up everything. No, you're going into his home. I think it's a great offer, but Virgos also like to save a little coin. So we're not gonna mess this up for us.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So exactly, like Paula said, like a bedroom, maybe a closet, or see, have the conversation. What's his sign?
He's a Leo.
Oh, you'll be able to get away with anything. Just don't tell
Oh,
him. Just you're like, baby, I think you would love it if we did this. You would love it. You're gonna. It's all about how you do it.
that makes sense. And maybe I have already changed up his fridge, like the inside of his fridge. Now it's nothing but healthy food in there. Before he had nothing but cheese. I'm like, what am I going to do with cheese? Nothing
So
but
it's
cheese
all
and
about how
milk.
you do it. Leos are too busy focused on other things, so
Exactly.
you'll be able to do it. You're a Virgo.
Yep. I gotta take control.
Poor Leo didn't know what's coming to him. But no, I think you should definitely. Here's the thing: the other side of me would be like, "Oh no, you don't want to move into someone." No, because that's the Earth sign in us too.
Mm-hmm.
No, take that risk.
Yeah.
Him being a Leo, I'm not surprised. He's like, move in with me, because he probably would take that risk. Take the risk. Go do it. If people knew your story with him, which we've heard the story of how this came back together. You guys were dating at one particular point. You reunited. Everything's going well still. I definitely think you should be like, yes, I'll do it. And if look, there is some time between now and May. If something happens in between now and then, well, then you just find another place.
Exactly. Okay.
If not, then you give us an update on your new place that you're moved into.
Exactly. Okay. I love that advice. Thank you. Oh, I do have one more question though. It's pretty simple though, but it's a Valentine Day question. So
Share your thought. I need to plug in my computer.
yeah,
You
of
go.
course.
I hear you.
Yeah. So I actually got him a 3D crystal that's a photo of him, his mother, and his deceased father for Valentine's Day. But I just want to know if that is a good Valentine's Day present. I don't know. This is our first technical Valentine's Day since we've been back together. So I wanted to know, like, is this a good gift or should it have been something else? Because I was getting conflicting views once I saw what
That's
it
your
was. I felt
problem.
like it
Stop
was.
asking people.
Hmm?
That's your problem. Stop asking everybody, because people will talk you out of all kinds of stuff. Oh, I don't think that's a
Yeah.
good gift. If you think you know him better than anyone else,
Hmm.
especially as a Virgo, you're paying attention.
Yeah.
You know what he's going to like. Your friends do not know what he's going to like.
Hmm.
So do what you think, because you know him better than any of us.
Sounds good. I like that.
All right.
All right.
Keep us
Thank you
posted.
so much.
We're
Will
invested.
do. Will do.
Oh, lipstick
But
says give him rose forever.
not rose forever. I actually
Oh,
should,
maybe not rose forever.
Well, I don't mean not roll forever, but that actually isn't a bad idea. But I mean,
That is
do they
actually a
do
good
24-hour shipping, same day shipping?
Yeah, it will be late. It will definitely be late, but you could definitely get it by next week. It'd be nice. That'd be a nice moving in gift. Like I
Present,
brought
yeah.
something to infiltrate the place.
My housewarming gift for my own housewarming.
Yeah, I love my rose forever. Just saying. All right, all right. Thanks, Keith, for calling in. All right, we always love it. We have a line. Let me go. Let me go. L'Oreal's backstage. L'Oreal, what's going on? L'Oreal, you muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I am the L'Oreal with the sweatshirt Christmas gift. If you remember, I said he was jealous of you.
Oh yes. I was like, wait, sweatshirt is good. Wait,
Yeah.
got my twerking on her.
And I have the black one. I have to say, I really do love it. I love the fact that it doesn't have drawstrings on the hood. It is very top quality. He still won't let me live that down. But
he did get it for you.
he did, and he wanted me to make sure I told you, which I did. I put it in the chat and I sent a DM to you. But but I wanted to tell my story a little bit. I'm kind of like Izzy when it comes to I think I subconsciously manifested where I am now. I didn't do it purposefully. Just to give a little background, and also for people to not give up on what they want, whether that's finding a mate, a new career, whatever it is in life. Don't give up on it. My late husband actually had the same birthday as you, and I met you when you came to Nashville, and he passed away almost 4 years ago. Wow. And he actually had a stroke 2 weeks before our wedding. And we wind up getting married in the hospital. Once he went into the hospital, he never came out. It took him 8 months to basically die. Wow. But we did eventually get married just a few weeks later than our original date. But needless to say, I was heartbroken. I was mad. I was all the emotions, even while he was still alive. And to this day, it does get a little better to cope with. But I had a dream. I want to say about 7 months after he passed away. And the dream was my late husband is very fair skinned, very light, which is not my norm. I usually like darker.
Not the light brights catching strays all night. Oh, have mercy.
And I had a dream about 7 months after he passed, and I was giving him a kiss in this dream, and then he says, "Now kiss him." And I turn, and it's this dark skinned, tall guy. Don't know. I did not see a face, and I was like, "You want me to kiss him?" And I'm like, well, "Yeah, I'll kiss him too. I'll both y'all." So I did, and it was just like he was just like happy for it, and I always kept that in mind. And even while my husband was in the hospital, I started therapy. I still do go to therapy, and I actually just had an appointment last Saturday. And so I was like, okay, maybe I could get back out there. So I did online dating. I didn't even know Facebook had a dating, so I did that first. That didn't last long. I wound up doing Bumble because I had a cousin tell me that's where she met her husband. And so I was like, okay. But by the time I got to Bumble, I was over the whole thing. I was like, maybe it's too soon for me. I'm not ready. And I was just waiting for I paid for 1 month. I was waiting for that time to run out. And the person I'm with now, he messaged me. And I was just like, okay, I really, it took me about a week to message him back because I really was just over online dating. And I wound up messaging him back, and I think he was just asking in general, like, how are you doing? And I gave one word answers. I'm fine. How was your day? Good. It got so much so he thought I was a robot with my answers. So he said, like, let me get IG. And I'm like, I'm not giving this stranger my IG. I went ahead and gave him my IG. And he went through like my whole IG like pages. Like he's like, oh, I like what you had on your 40th birthday, like all that stuff.
Oh wow.
And I'm just
That's
like, I don't
awesome.
even remember. Yeah, I'm like, I don't even remember what I had, let alone to this day, I still have yet to go through his IG because it's just not what I do personally.
Mhm.
And I think we ended up exchanging numbers probably about 2 weeks after we started talking online. And
Mm.
we talked maybe for another good 2 weeks actually on the phone. And then we met in person. And I didn't have any expectations at all. And my whole thing was I'm keeping it casual. Like I kind of wanted to be fast in them streets
'Cause
after.
how long had it been since your late husband passed away when this was happening?
At that point, it was probably about a year and a half.
Okay.
And I was like, I'm gonna keep everything casual. Like I wanted to be in the streets. I wanted to,
You
I
know,
wanted to
I know
be.
some are like
I was gonna have I wanted a rotation. Like I wanted it all. Okay. And so we went on our first date. The first day, like he asked me what kind of wine I liked. He bought that as a gift. Like he really listened. Like he was, it was a good first date. But even at the date, I still didn't have no expectations.
Mhm.
And like I could tell he was so nervous. And I was just like, so nonchalant. Like I'm shocked I wasn't nervous because normally I probably would have been if I cared at that
Mhm.
moment. And but I think what really sparked my interest with him after we started talking on the phone after exchanging numbers was he knew about my husband and everything,
Mm.
but he also lost a fiance 10 years prior.
Oh.
And so from date one, we go to dinner, we're leaving. And to me, the date's over. We didn't have any other further plans. So he's like, "Oh, what do you want to do?" I'm like, "Oh, you still want to?" He didn't want the date to end. So I'm like, "Okay,
That's
let
when you
me."
know someone likes you.
And I'm like, "Okay," it kind of perked me up. And we wind up going bowling and playing pool, and I won, of course. And
What's your sign?
I'm a Libra,
Okay.
and he's a Capricorn.
Oh.
And and I think on our last game, he was like, he said something like, if I win, I get a hug. And I was like, oh, you ain't been winning all night, so sure.
Damn, Libra.
Well, he wound up putting in extra effort and really had to work for that win. But I gave him a hug, and from date number one, we have been inseparable since. And this month, actually, it'd be 2 years, two full years that we've been exclusive and official. Yeah,
Wow.
and
Does he fit
it
the image that you had in the dream? I know you can see the face.
yes,
Okay.
that's just it. I'm like, he's tall, dark, handsome, my typical outside of what I actually did go for the first time.
Wow.
And we're looking for rings. Like he knows the ring I want. We've been to quite a few stores. We've met families. Well, our families have met each other, and moms love them. Um, like it does seem too good to be true. At one point, I was like, "Are we trauma bonding?" Because we have that in
It's
common.
2 years later. If this was like
And
new, I'd be like, well, maybe. This is 2 years later.
And I love to hear about his late fiance. Like I always tell him, don't hold back. I want to know about her, and vice versa. And when I finally told him a year into dealing with him, I told him about my dream, and he's just really, really quiet, listening. I'm thinking he's like really like engaged in what I'm talking about. Come to find out, he had a dream too. He had a dream that I'd wear glasses. His person was short, a little lighter than him, with glasses. And he said, I've never dated someone that wears glasses because they have to. They just wear glasses for fashion. I can't see, so I have to. and 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 he's like, and in my dream, I didn't see your face either. I just knew you had glasses on. And then as I came around his family and everything, they're like, you look like his late fiance. And I was like, no, I think it's because we both have like brown faces and the same skin tone. Because when I look at her, I mean, she's gorgeous, you know, she's beautiful, but I don't see it at all. And I've shown other people they don't see it either. So I'm just like, it just has to be the skin complexion. But I say all this to say it is possible. Even though I just wanted to fill time pretty much. You know, I wanted that rotation. But I wasn't looking for anything serious. I wasn't taking the whole getting back out there dating serious, let alone back out there online serious. But like we both have no children. That's good. And we don't want any. Like I'm over that age, anyways. But
I couldn't tell from your picture.
Yeah, I'm 44. I just turned 44 in October, and
hey, Johnson's trying to have a baby.
No, he doesn't want any.
Which is fine. I'm not trying to pressure you to have nobody baby.
No, we're actually going to get a dog eventually, and but I couldn't ask for anything more. Like it was totally unexpected. I don't know why I'm getting choked up. But yeah, it's possible. Whatever is out there for you, you just have to listen for it. And it's there.
One of the key things that you said that I think a lot of people, when we talk about manifestation, is letting go of the like, where is it energy. And you just sort of didn't take it seriously. And you were right. You did manifest this. You had that feeling. This is what you wanted. This is something that you knew that you wanted, but you also weren't harping on it. You weren't taking it seriously. You sort of manifested without really trying. So can you imagine if you tried?
Oh yeah. I'll probably have that billionaire.
Or you are with the billionaire. He just hasn't hit the billionaire.
But you know, it's funny that we joke about billionaires or whatever. He's never told me no. Whatever I want, I get. Like it's like I'm in my soft girl era, and like I told him, eventually I would love to stop working. He was on board for that, like, you know, for future use. And I'm just like, it's like that. I can't do no wrong in this man's eyes.
I love it. And Capricorns are hard to please.
And vice versa. I can see that. I can see it too. But he's just like, I'm waiting for the bottom to drop with you. Like what? Like you haven't shown, like we, you know, the whole time we've been together and we've known each other, he's like, you don't get mad. I do get mad. I just show it differently after life has taught me, you know. Don't sweat the small things. If this person does not check everything on your list, it's okay. Yeah. Because he's not perfect. I mean, I'm pretty much almost, but he's not perfect, and and I still love him. You know, so it's like I'm not saying you have to give in to certain things, but nobody's perfect. You're never going to find that.
Like we were talking about Kathleen, she's like, you know, that's not usually my type. You know, the light brights, but okay, is that important? You know what I mean? In regards to it.
No,
That's why
it's
I
not.
encourage people too. You know, some people are like, oh, it has to be this particular height. It has to be this particular race. Well, just dwell in possibility, because you might actually find someone that you really, really like and really, really likes you that doesn't fit the picture perfect thing that you're looking for.
Yeah, and that's totally true. Like I said, once that first date, like literally, we have not been apart at all. Yeah. So I'll let you know when I get the ring.
Yes, please. I'm gonna see all of this. I'm invested. I am codependent.
Let alone, look, you're gonna get an invitation to the wedding. Okay.
Where do you live?
I'm in Nashville.
Oh, I'll come to Nashville. I
Because
for me to go. Like Nashville's good food.
unlike the other young lady, I don't want to marry you when you're 90 because I'll already be married. But you are my best friend in my head. So there we go.
Thank you, L'Oreal.
All right,
I
yeah.
love this story. So thank you so much for being vulnerable enough to call in and share.
Definitely. Thanks for always having the lives. I catch the replays a lot, and trust me, we're so grateful for you and people like you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, L'Oreal. Have a good night. And
You
happy
too.
Valentine's Day.
Thank you.
L'Oreal's gonna have me cry up on here. I felt the tears coming. I felt them coming. I said, no, you get back in there. You get back in there. All right, we do have a long line of people. So I appreciate everyone that's backstage being patient. We got Carla, we got another Virgo, we got Nakiba, we've got Gigi, we've got Keela, and we've got Represent Yourself Legal. We got some familiar faces. I'm gonna bring up Carla next. Hold on, Carla. Carla, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Well, I love it. We do have a lot of people in Seattle. I might have to come to Seattle.
You got to come and see us. We love you. So, I mean, I'm happy to come to the East Coast too, but we love you out here too. So,
Well, I have a show March 13th, a month from today. Just saying.
yeah, I know. I'm going to try to do that, but at the very least, I'm going to stream it. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't miss it. So,
Thank
yeah,
you.
very
Thank
good.
you. What's going on, Carla?
So I don't know, you probably don't remember, but I was your last caller last year during the Valentine's Day live. I was, and at the end of this, I'm going to repeat last year's message at the end because I just feel like I'm feeling your vibes of just loving us and continuing this live and this tract of manifestation and of honesty. So thank you for doing this tonight. We had so much fun. Very good. And I much like Loria, I'm steeped in the gratitude of my life. You know, there's so much going on. But being in Seattle, you know, we just won the Super Bowl. I'm relishing in Bad Bunny's messaging of inclusion. I'm an American Indigenous woman, and so that's so important right now. So thank you for championing us, you know, with your content. It's so important that we, as fellow persons of color, that because we understand each other, that we create community, that we build each other up, and that we support each other. And you're part of that synergy. So thank you for that.
Thank you,
I really
Carla.
appreciate that. Yes. So just a little background for everybody because, you know, we have that continuity thing. So I'm a 50 something Libra on the Virgo cusp.
I'm looking at y'all saying y'all in 50s, and I'm like, really? All right, I'm gonna keep
Exactly. You're going to look great. Empire, you're going to look beautiful, well into, you know, black don't crack. You're going to look amazing in your 80s, 90s, all of that. You're just going to be, pulling them in. But my birthday is often on the first day of autumn, actually, and I was born just after 10:30 a.m. So I'm just like, you know, I love who I am, but you're right about Virgos, so that's true. But so your last caller, I really just honed into her because I also had a long-term love, although I wasn't married. I had this partnership for 16 years, and I lost him 6 years ago from a heart attack. And so, you know, I'm so glad I was after her because although it's not easy to find another man like him, and because I won't settle, because like her, I've known that great love. I've known it, and I deserve everything that's good. So I know that I'll find it again. So it's really wonderful to just hear her affirming message and for me to just come on and just continue that messaging for everybody that we've been listening to tonight because fortunately with age comes wisdom. And you know, like for ladies and some gentlemen, decentering men from your life and focusing on being the type of person you want to commit to by being a good friend and being a good wife, or not wife, but being a good sister, being a good daughter, just focusing on yourself is so helpful, and what I continue to do. And we've been talking tonight, which was really important, about removing your energy from men or women who aren't there to add to your world, that disrupt your daily peace. That's so important. We want to just be engaged with men who protect and support women, children, and their families, and the women or gentlemen that are in our lives. And I've always found it true to believe that if you work on yourself and shine that light, the right man or woman will stop at nothing to be in your presence, to spend time with you and make a life with you. Even if it's somebody that's just there to teach you that lesson that you need to know for right now, they may not be that forever person. But I just, as you get older, it becomes clearer to you the path that you need to take. And so it feels so good. And last year I've told you, like, that I've known great love and that I'll find it again, because I believe in love for me, and I believe it for you too, Campfire,
Thank
and
you.
for everybody in the chat. Yeah. Because we're all the prize. We are the prize. It's great. It's great love that will come to us, and we don't chase it. And Kemper, I said this last year, and it's so true. Like, I'm so happy that we have you now, because before you get booed up and you'll be busy with your mans next year or whenever that might happen. I'm just so happy in that between time when we're all growing and getting better and getting stronger, that we have each other in that interim.
Yeah.
But when you find that man, we will be so happy for you. I mean, just like, okay, you got to be a good man, that's all good, and 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 just be so happy for anyone that adds to your life, because you've done so much for us. And that's basically all I had to say.
Thank you, Carla. I appreciate that. That was really beautiful.
Yes, you always, I'm not on the lives as much as I'd love to, but I'm always, just dialing into our community and loving what we do. And I'm back here every year because it's important, and we're here for each other.
Amen. Amen. Carla, thank you so much for calling.
Amen. Thank you.
Fine, Carla. That was sweet. See, we have a really good community. Shout out to our community. And this is why it's so important that we are so respectful of each other. For those that are just joining us, this is our dating live. This is why it's important to, when we're talking about things like this and people are calling in and being so vulnerable, this is why I said at the top of this live, it's important that we be respectful. If you got something to say and you have strong opinions or something shady, please keep that for the kitchen table, not here. Okay. We'll keep the shade somewhere else. But shout out to everyone that's been calling in and sharing their thoughts. If you haven't already, be sure to like the video. It's an easy, free way of supporting not just me, but other channels will start to show up. Some of you discovered me because you liked other content creators. So that's important. You'll discover other content creators. And if you're watching the replay of this, be sure to like the video and share your stories in the comment section. You'll also be able to hear this on the KEMPIRE podcast. So be sure to subscribe to that and give us a 5-star review, because reviews do and are very much important. Okay. All right. And don't forget, the KEMPIRE After Dark live show is happening a month from today. Well, it's almost midnight here in New York, but March 13th, Friday the 13th. If you missed it, I'm going to play this video again, because I know some of you probably just joining us, but I love how they define Friday the 13th. It's very different than what we've grown up understanding about Friday the 13th. It's also a powerful night to manifest.
So Friday is ruled by Venus, and Venus, as we know, is all things love.
13th used to be sacred to the divine feminine.
Before superstition got involved, this was the day of magic, of fertility, of good fortune.
It was also a very powerful day to manifest, for creativity and wisdom.
And then somewhere along the way, someone decided that the divine feminine was dangerous, and we made it a superstitious day.
You've probably seen horror films like Friday the 13th, which I think has had an effect on people to think that this day is just not a very lucky day, when the truth is, it actually is, and it's the most important day to manifest and actually call in good luck.
So if you are feeling superstitious and you want some protection, look at the humble rosemary plant. Very strong and powerful. It was used for protection, it was hung in doorways to keep out unwanted energy.
It was used for memory or mental clarity. People often put it in their ear when they were studying, or they would even put it in water and drink it, which really helps you to focus and stay balanced.
It's a really easy plant to get to know because loads of people have it in their gardens. Witches used to have it at the bottom of their gardens, and they put a sprig behind their ear as they left the house. So instead of fearing Friday the 13th, let's reclaim it as a day of feminine power. And if you have a bit of rosemary, you can just touch that and think it's for clarity and power, not being scared.
All right. So today really is a lucky day. It's Venus. Mind you, I'm a Taurus, that's our ruling planet. So if you're trying to manifest something, this will be the night to do it. All right. Let's bring up Virgo. Hey, Virgo.
Hey, KEMPIRE. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Fantastic. Okay. Oh my God, my picture's not showing up. That's a shame.
What
Okay,
picture?
well.
I
Oh my,
see your
well, I can
picture.
see it. Oh, okay. I'm looking at it on my TV, but nevertheless, we're here. But I'm Virgo, also known as Leah, Lipstick Leah, and Leah the JDPI, etc.
Yes.
And I did not know your membership's only $2.99. I would have been a member a long time ago. Thank you.
I'm cheap.
But you a good time. Okay. All right. So,
Where are you calling from, Leah?
Birmingham, Alabama.
Okay.
Yes. And I love you so much. And so as a Virgo, my first question is, how much time do I have with you tonight?
Not a lot, Leah. It's getting late. It's 11:11.
Okay. Oh, but 11:11. All poppies and mommies go to heaven. That's what I told my doggy. His name's Paisley. Okay, so let me get to it. First of all, I'm a Virgo in 6 places, and I'm a Leo, right? And I'm a Leo rising and a Taurus moon.
Really?
You heard it.
Okay. Thank God for that Taurus moon.
Okay, so here we go. So my question for you in the audience is, shout out to the 250 million of you out there listening to KEMPIRE. Thank you for that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, more needs to be put on that. But so do you want to hear my story? It's a dating story. It's about a man who told me he's polyamorous, but he wasn't. Okay, fine. Or do you want to like have a group therapy about why I'm still single, and I blame my dad? Or do you want to hear a story about my limerence love? I think we should go with B.
Oh, we can go with B. Let's go with B.
What were you gonna say though?
No. I mean, okay. I was gonna leave it up to the audience, but let's go with B because I think that's the direction that we're going into.
Yeah, and I chose that because that's actually something I can do something about. So here's the deal. I am 46 years old. Okay. And the question I have is, am I single because my daddy still pays my bills and I haven't worked in 15 years? And it's just like, okay. And like, he's right down the street. And so, but he also wouldn't allow me to work. And, but I went to law school and everything, right? Oh, shout out to my girl, Miss Esquire, to you. Ooh, that's my Delta Soror, my Virgo sister, my sister-in-law. Yes.
Wait a second. So wait, your father still pays your bills for the last 15 years?
Yes. When I say bills, like my rent, like my everything.
Everything?
Everything.
When you went to law school?
Yeah, just for shits and giggles. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I can't cuss on your channel.
No cussing. Okay. And you feel as if because your father's involvement in your life is so involved that's hurt your dating?
I think so. Here's why. Because the last guy I dated, he told me, amongst other things that, is another story for, I guess, saying St. Patrick's Day, child. But he's like financially prepared to be with me. And yeah. And I think it's because I just, and and this is why I'm so glad I'm getting this out, because I know when I wake up tomorrow, I feel different, because this is a point of shame for me. It really is, because it sounds like a wonderful life, but it ain't, y'all. It really ain't. Um, and like
Why do
I
you think that
never.
it's not a wonderful life? What, like, why do you feel that way?
Well, number one, because like I said, I'm 46. I haven't had a quote unquote real job since 2012.
Mm.
And so when I went to law school, my dad forbade me to work, right? And
Mhm.
so, but he did. And by the way, this also goes to now he and my mother, they met on the campus of Tuskegee University, her freshman year, and they were together until the day that she went to heaven in 2021, right? And so his motto is, "He who makes the goal makes the rules." You see,
Mm.
and I have a 52-year-old something sister who has two daughters who are in college. None of us work, and he won't let us work. And he's actually told me that, right? Now I've had jobs here and there, of course, and I got my private detective's license and everything, but he wouldn't give me money to help start my business. And so when I went to therapy in 2019, that's when I realized that and through the grace of God, that it was a control mechanism.
Mm.
But at this time, living in the real world, I applied for a job without my credentials, but I have this big employment gap. But back to the dating scene, child. So then I run into a man. And he like, "What you do?" And I tell him I got jobs, but then he sees me like just sit up here watching KEMPIRE, every weekday. Okay, just sit in the bed chilling, right? Let me tell you something. I let the house says, "Oh, child, let me not tell too much." But the point is, now the question for everybody wants to know, how much money are you getting, Leah? Right? It was like I'll just feel it was like 50 grand a year, nothing, but it's something. Okay,
Yeah. To the
but
point
then
where you
he
don't
got
have
a
to
girl.
work.
Exactly, and that's just what's on my W-2. That's what I report to the government. Well, tell her all my business, Kempire. Hang up the phone, child. Hang up, please. I knew this wasn't a good idea. Anyway, I just knew it wasn't. But okay, so point is, but now he done got a girlfriend, and I done got a pay cut. However, so what I've done is,
Wait, hold on. Your dad got a girlfriend, so you got a pay cut?
yeah, my income went down $20,000.
Because he got a girlfriend. So, but
Yeah.
okay, but
Oh,
what's
young
stopping
chick, she's 70.
what's stopping you from getting a job?
Well, because number one, see, I have my private investigator's license, so that is my career. But a job, that's what I want. And I applied for a job, for example, to be a professor at SCAD. Y'all can Google it. So it's Savannah Artist of
Oh
Design.
yeah.
Because I have a wonderful makeup career. That's another story for another day. But I have an employment gap that I can't explain. And I really think that's it, because I haven't worked in 15 years, you see. And so it's just like, yeah, you went to law school, but you're not a lawyer,
Mm.
or it's really something, because when I think, like I said, I've met men, going back to the dating point, and the last two guys I talked to, they call me princess, and I said, "Oh my God," I can't financially hit, but bitch, I'm sorry. Oops, I'm so sorry, Kempire. But dude, I'm cheap. Like, because it sounds like a great life. What I'm saying is, but I don't have like retirement. I mean, I got Social Security, but you know what I mean? All the things like I don't have any of that. Now, I don't know what a car note looks like. I swear to everybody on me, I've never seen a car note. I don't know what it looks like in my life. Like I just never. And I'm 46, y'all. Oh, by the way, I don't have kids because I don't want kids. My anniversary, happy birthday to my IUD tomorrow. I got year ago last year. I swear.
Virgo, look,
That's enough.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna wrap this
Please
up.
do.
Just because
Please do.
we have a long line of people.
That's why I asked you how much time I had. So you would embarrass me
Yeah.
in front of all these people trying to cut me off now.
There ain't enough time to help you right now. But you have the free will to go and start from somewhere. Yes, there will be some employers that will be like, there's this huge gap of not working, but there will be someone that will hire you. I think that that is what your focus should be on.
Oh, Kempire. I have a happy ending to this. And so, like for example, I said I had a makeup career. So I worked for Mac in the '90s. I was a national trainer for Sephora. My makeup. That's why my name is now Lipstick Leah. I enrolled. Y'all probably seen on Instagram. Spelman has a cosmetic science certification. I enrolled in that. I took out a loan in my own name without my daddy, so he doesn't have anything to say to me about it. And I started my classes in January. And so by the end of the year, I will be a certified cosmetic chemist because I sued Sephora for discrimination. And my daddy told me when I sued Sephora that nobody in the makeup industry, cosmetic business would ever hire me. And so now it's my way of getting back into what I was born to do. And that started this year. But thank you.
Well, congratulations on that.
Yeah.
You also sound like a professional student because you get a lot of certifications.
Read me.
I'm just saying there are people like that. They get a lot of certifications, but they don't really do anything with it.
Yes. That's
So
me. Read.
we wish you luck. We wish you luck. Keep us
You
posted.
sound so hopeless.
No, I said we wish you luck. I'm very hopeful. I wish
You're like, good luck, girl.
I wish you the best. Tell Daddy we said
love
hello.
it.
There are a few people in the chat that want to be adopted. Have a good night. Represent yourself, legal. Thank you so much for the super chat. Represent Coco says, I feel like this is your Bravo Andy moment, Kev. There are questions we need answered. No, y'all do not need answered because there are people backstage that they really want to know something. So I'm gonna bring them up. We have 4 more people backstage. We've got Nikiba, we got Gigi, and we've got Keela, and we've got Coco. All right, let me bring up Nikiba. Nikiba.
Hello. Hi,
Hi.
can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Kim. This is my first time joining a live.
Well, we appreciate it. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Japan.
What part of Japan?
So, I am like out. I guess this is south of Tokyo. This is like Abina in
Oh,
that
okay.
area.
I love
So,
Japan.
yeah, I love it. I've been here for a few years. Came from Georgia, so I'm still here.
Wow. Okay. All right. So, what are your what do you want to
You want
share?
to share?
Okay.
So I'll make it as quick and brief as I can. So first things first, it's Saturday here, so not Valentine's Day, almost there. But yesterday I was walk with my daughter, and I realized I'm like, uh-oh. So a few years ago, I was still married to her dad. Long story short, and Valentine's Day was the day that came to the ending of our marriage in the beginning. That's when I found out he was doing his thing with other people and things like that.
Ooh. A Valentine's Day?
Yeah, he had a job where he was working to help clean someone else's house, and whatever he did, long story short, he was supposed to give us some money to go out and do something. And he took all day long to come back with the money. And so when he came back with this whole story that didn't make sense. Eventually it ended up for us being divorced. So sometimes every time on Valentine's Day I remember I'm like, oh, that was that Valentine's Day that was the beginning of the end of it. But it's not a sad story. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why I can laugh about it now. It's like the veil had came off and for me to
Mm.
open up and see things, right?
Yeah.
And so it was a tumultuous year after that. And so, we moved on from that. And so here I am many years later. And what I wanted to say, because I hear some of the other callers talking about it, I've been a serial dating app person,
Mm.
kind of person per se. And I
Mm-hmm.
felt like I've met all kind of different people from different walks of life. And so here, when I initially moved to Japan, I started trying to be on a dating app, but because of the world I worked in, I saw people that I knew, and I was like,
Oh,
nope, I can't do it.
oh.
Especially when you see people and you're like, I don't want to know their business and I
Yeah.
don't want to get connected or whatever. And so for a few years I kind of just focused on myself. And so within the past couple of years I dated like a few guys, and I heard one of the callers mention about dating online, making sure you can meet someone. And
Mm.
I remember one guy specifically, he was from Ghana, living in China, and I thought it was good because he said he can travel anywhere. And so we were talking for all this time, and he never made a mention to move towards me. And so fast forward to, I'm telling him, I don't care how long we talk and how much you think I like you. If I can't meet you face to face, that's like a no go for me.
Yeah.
And so he was doing what I felt like was a lot of gaslighting on kind of like sending me messages trying to get back, communicate. And I was giving him these one word answers. And so for me, I just said, like, I would date intentionally. And so for me, it was like I was thinking about my job. Like for me, it was easy to find a job that I wanted. And one of my friends told me, she said, I think you need to date like you look for jobs.
Mm.
And I was like, huh. And she was like, anytime you feel like you want a job, you get the job that you want. So why can't you date like that?
Mm.
And I heard one of the callers, I think she mentioned about having, like, I guess like having high degrees and things like that and not letting people know. And I just want to say, just like what you said, if someone is jealous because of what you have, that's not the person for you. You don't want to dim your light with that
No.
person. So just fast forward to one of the the more recent callers. She mentioned something about getting on the app and not really kind of like backing off. And that's what I did the last time I got on the app. And I'm like, oh my gosh, these guys are crazy, because this one guy I talked to, he started he did like this video chat with me, and he started making these comments that I felt like weren't really good comments. And I said, yeah, I think we don't have the same interest in hand. And he started crying
Oh
on the
no, no,
call.
no,
And
no.
and I had to do everything I could to not laugh, because I'm like, he thinks this is real. And so long story short, I had a account on Bumble as well, and I had got off of it. Well, hit it because people started reaching out, and I'm like, I'm not ready for this. And then
Mm.
it came back on, and soon as it came back on, I had a couple of guys reach out to me. One, he was like, yeah, and I was asked the question that I didn't think I had to ask, which was, are you married or living with someone? Because that had been some of my experiences. And
Mm.
so the one guy, he was like, yeah, I'm married. To a Japanese lady, but it's complications here and it's just difficult. And I'm like, well, thank you for letting me know.
Mm.
Um, I don't want to go out with you to get a coffee or whatever. And he was like, but at least I told you the truth. I said, yes, of course, thank you. You gave
Mm-hmm.
me the option to say no, no. And
Bye.
back to that dating with intention. So another guy that he reached out to me, and he put like this super thing to give me more time to respond to him. And I responded, and long story short, he's my husband now.
What?
Yeah, I just my some of my family still don't know it because I did a whirlwind. But let me tell you this,
Some of
and
your
I said
family
it real
don't know,
quick.
and we know.
I mean, if they watch you, they'll find out. But my mom knows, my sister knows.
Oh, the
People
important
know.
people.
Yeah, but what I want to say, what the manifestation part.
Mm.
Like for me, when I really started doing the stuff, dating with intention, I started being the person that I wanted to be, the person that I would be happy to be with, regardless of anyone else. And
Mm.
even though I was meeting with or talking to other guys as well, the thing was, I felt like I was allowing myself to not meet the right person because I was always dating someone that wasn't close to me, or
Mm.
talking to people that I wanted them to do a little bit more as opposed to seeing what was right in front of me. And I feel like what that did was it gave me the chance to see what was in front of me as opposed to looking elsewhere. And then the other part, like for me and my daughter specifically, one of the things when we went out on a date, and at one time my daughter, I brought her with us just so she can kind of see and get a vibe.
Mm.
And my daughter she's a teenager, and she was so like against this thing. And I was like, what is wrong with her? Like when he was buying stuff, paying for stuff, taking care of things, she was so suspicious.
Mm.
And what I learned in that aspect was she saw a dating side of me before that she couldn't relate to. She was used to not trusting people. And so
Mm.
when she saw me dating someone who actually did I'll say the patriarchal role that I was looking for, someone
Mhm.
that was taking care of things that I didn't have to think about, that didn't have to be like this person to do everything. She thought that person wanted something from me, and she
Mhm.
wanted to be suspicious. And so I realized I never gave her an opportunity to see what the real healthy
Mm.
relationships would be like. And so, I had to talk to her about that and talk to myself about what was I showing her in the
Mhm.
process. And even so, I had to let her know, like, hey, one of the things in life is I don't want to wait till you graduate and get out for you to see what a healthy relationship looks like. Like you can actually see what a healthy relationship looks like that doesn't have to be after you leave, or things like that. So
Yeah.
just the things, I guess, just talking about intention. being the person that you want to be, and just being clear with yourself, and just not trying to find the wrong thing. And I think you said it very clearly. It's like watchful of the language that you say for yourself. So
Yeah.
for me, the things that I wrestled with before, some of the things I still wrestle with, but they're internal to me. So like things of um, dealing with conflict. So like my husband, he speaks 5 different languages, and English is not his first language.
Mm.
So it's like the funniest kind of conversations if there's a level of misunderstanding, because it makes me take some time to stop and ask myself, is it worth the quote unquote argument? And I'm a Scorpio. He's a Virgo. And so my
There's a
daughter's a
lot of
Virgo,
Virgo
by the
energy
way, too.
tonight.
Yeah, my daughter's a Virgo, and I think my rising is a Virgo. But I mean, like I said, it's been a very healthy relationship, and I would just say, just for people to just be intentional about it and be mindful of the language, because you attract what you put out there. So, like if you
Hmm.
say, like I want someone to be able to compliment me in life, and just to be able to share a good happy life. I think that's doable for everybody if that's what you want. So
Amen.
thank you. That's all I wanted to share.
That was a beautiful. Thank you so much, Nakiba, for calling in.
Thank you. Thank you. And
Yeah.
happy Valentine's Day to
You too.
everyone.
Have a.
Thank you.
Is it the morning there now? It's like
Yep.
12 hours.
Yep. Yep. It's 1:30. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, Nakiba. Thank you for calling in. Have a great rest of your Valentine's Day.
Thanks, you too. Bye bye.
Bye. Why do I make that face? What it said about Virgo? 'Cause you know how I feel about Virgos. I love them, but from a distance. One of the other things that I think is important to note, because I think there are a lot of us that have deprecating humor when it comes to ourselves, and I've seen this message multiple times that the body doesn't know the difference between a joke and when you're serious. So be very mindful of the things that you say about yourself, even those little jokes that you have about yourself. I'm just like, no, stop that. The body does not know the difference. Keep that in mind. All right, let me bring up Gigi next. Gigi, what's going on?
Hey, KEMPIRE.
Where you calling from, Gigi?
Chicago.
Hey, Chicago.
Hey, Chicago. So, first time caller, long time listener. First thing I want to say is I think you got a secret sneaky link somewhere because you love these lives on February 13th. I think you pretending to be single with us. That upset me and my homegirls. I just want you to know that. One of my homegirls busted out tonight.
Y'all think my life is more interesting than it actually is. I got
So, I'm watching you. So I'm about to tell a little bit of my business. I met a guy 5 months ago, tall, dark, handsome. I'm 40, he's 48. He was saying all the right stuff. He wanted to get serious really fast. And I said, you know what, why not? I even introduced him to the kids in a really good way. They liked him. We all hit it off. Well, we broke up. So about 2 weeks ago, he's at my house. And his mom calls and tells him that his grandmother died. So he gets all upset. He leaves out. And I'm just trying to be a supportive girlfriend. I cater a bunch of food there that day. They had like a bunch of different errands through the week they needed ran. I was 1,000% available. And when I tell you I'm the busiest person, like I'm like running and operating my own business, and I have like 40 employees. So I'm like I literally cleared my week for them. Took his mom everywhere she had to go, all the things. And then so I asked him like, well, what do you want me to wear to the funeral? And he got really weird. And then I asked him, where was the funeral? He got weird again. So then I'm like, do you want me to come? And he basically told me no, he didn't want me there. And I thought that was odd. So the next day I said, I was thinking to myself, is his mom in on this? Because she and I hit it off so well. So I text her, hey, how's it going? Let me know where the funeral is and the date and time, just to see if she was going to tell me. She doesn't respond, but she usually calls me like 10 times a day. The next day, she text messages me back, but she doesn't bring it up. So I resend the text. So she says to me, I'm not in, you guys.
I'm sorry, G. What's your sign?
Gemini. I'm Virgo rising, Libra moon.
Okay. All right.
And so, like, his mom is like, you guys aren't going to put me in your stuff. I'm not in that. And then I started feeling used because I've made myself so available the entire week for their family. And the entire time, everybody's sitting around like, oh, shh, don't tell her where the funeral is. And all of a sudden, he calls me today and he's like crying and saying how he really wants to work it out. And I'm kind of feeling like at 40, I should just take the red flag and walk it off. What do you think?
I agree 100%.
Thank you.
Red flags are slapping all of us in the face.
Yeah. Terrible, right?
You showed up for him when he needed you the most, and you're like, okay, when's the funeral? And he's acting all kinds of crazy. Girl, count your... How long y'all were dating?
5 months.
Nope. Done.
You're right. Okay. We're moving forward.
We're moving forward.
Thanks for the advice. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Gigi. Thank you for being so patient and waiting. I'm glad that was a quick one.
Thank you. Good night.
Have a good night. Happy Valentine's Day. Pour into yourself tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, pour into yourself tomorrow. Do something for yourself. For those that are just joining us, I was saying, for those that don't have plans tomorrow, make that your plan to go get your mani-pedi done, a massage, or for a walk, or you eat your best meal. And when you're eating, that's also important. Be conscious of when you're eating, what you're thinking about. Sometimes people are eating with guilt, like, oh, I shouldn't be eating this. No, eat and enjoy that pasta or whatever, that you want to eat tomorrow. Just saying. All right. Keela, thank you so much for waiting so patiently. How are you? You're muted. You've been waiting so patiently.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have 5 kids, so I had to come upstairs and hide.
Oh.
I was watching downstairs and my son told me to call. So I was like, okay, I'm going to call.
And where are you calling from?
Vegas.
Oh, okay.
So mine is not a problem at all. I just want to share with people the importance of manifestation. So when I met my current husband, I was married. Well, I was married before when I met him.
Show us the ring.
You're so sweet.
Yes.
I was married and I met him. I was a poker dealer and he was a poker player. But I just knew him in passing. That was it. Just knew him in passing. Fast forward years later, I get a divorce. My first husband and I met him when I was 18. I was pregnant at 19, had a baby by 20. I was divorced by 32, 33, when my youngest was 6 months old, all boys. Okay. So I had never dated. I never knew what it was like to, have someone pursue you, someone's interested in you. Oh, it makes me so emotional. So when I started dating, I'm very big into manifestation, and I would leave church and I'd go sit at the Cadillac dealership because I wanted a Cadillac. And I'd sit in the Escalades. And so one day, one of the guys finally, after maybe 6 Sundays in a row of doing this, he tells me to test drive one. And I said, I'm not going to test drive one until I can buy one. So I did end up test driving it, left it alone.
Why would you? That's what the test drive is there for.
I just didn't want to waste anybody's time, So I go and get my cards read. The person who reads my cards, she tells me, she goes, oh my God, your husband is coming and he's coming quick and you're going to have a baby and your paths are literally going to cross again. And I was like, I was very much I was enjoying my single life because I had never really been out like that before. I was very much enjoying being single. No part of me wanted to be someone's wife, to have a mother. I had no desire to be a wife ever again in my life. Like I had cemented.
With people I'm reminding the audience, for those that are listening and watching the replay too, there's a pattern here where people that find the love of their lives they're not looking for it. They're not putting pressure on themselves about it. They're not beating themselves up over it. I'm sorry.
No, not even a little bit. So we went out and he had never been engaged. He had no children before. And I was like, okay. I said, listen, the one after me is who you're going to have all this with, but that's not going to happen with me. And he was like, well, my favorite number is 5, so we could have one more. I'm still not taking.
How did that even, how did you guys get connected? Because you crossed each other's paths. Because
literally, I was running in late into the poker room and he literally crossed in front of me. And I looked at him, I said, oh, I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you? And he smiled. And then I sat down to deal to him at the table. And he goes, okay, it's coming back to him like that. He recognizes me. And he goes, oh, how have you been? And I was like, I'm divorced. And he turns bright red. Yeah. Because I'm telling you, I was in my single bag, honey. Okay. So he turns bright red and he walks away from the table. Now, in the meantime, in all this, when I get off of work, I was watching that Bravo show where the Black women were dating Italian men. And I would always tell my friends, I'm going to go get me an Italian man. I want somebody that is bat crazy about me.
Okay.
Well, my husband is Italian. He's Italian. And I'm an Aries and he's an Aries. So, okay. So back to now, when we got engaged, we went to a restaurant, and first, before that, he would always ask me what I wanted for Christmas. We dated for I got pregnant very quickly, but we didn't live together because I was, once again, I'm not doing your laundry, I'm not doing any of that. We dated with a baby, but very seriously. So I say that when a man is intentional about you, you never have to doubt it. About 3 weeks after we started dating, I'm on the phone with him. I'm at Target looking for a gift for my son's birthday party. They didn't have it. And he goes, oh, I bet you I can find it at the store by me. I'll bring it. That'll be my gift. You're going to come to the kid's birthday party? He came, he set up, he had fun with all my family. We're a loud family. My family's from Louisiana. He was like, if we're going to date, I need to get into it. So he was always very present and intentional about his intentions with me. Having a baby did not change my dating plan, though. I'm not playing house with you. You stay at your house. You come pick up the baby. You take him to your house. I'll see you tomorrow. I was very, very serious about that. I know that sounds crazy. That's why my son is like, you have to call and tell this, because they think it's crazy. So fast forward to when we got engaged. So we went to my favorite restaurant, and I kept telling him, if you're going to propose to me at a restaurant, I promise you I'm going to fight you, because if you could do it in front of strangers, you should have the people who care about me there. I was dead serious about this. So when I felt the ring, and then the dinner progresses and he doesn't propose, now I'm thinking he's got scared. Right? So we're in Vegas. We leave the restaurant. It was at Bellagio. We're walking through Bellagio. I'm walking through valet, and I see a Cadillac. And I tell him, I said, now, see, that's nice. That's exactly what I want. We continue to walk through. The fountain stop. He gets down on his knees and he proposes. Okay. So I see my ring and I'm like, oh, there goes my car, because I'd been telling him, I don't want a ring. I want a car. After he proposes, he goes, I have something else for you. And he gave me the keys to that Cadillac. And I had 4 children when I met him. My youngest son was about to be 3. So right now, my boys are 20, 18, 16, 10, and 6. My youngest is 6 with him. And I think the hard part is that women, especially when you have kids, you've convinced yourself that that phase of life is not going to happen for you again, that you're not going to find someone who's intentional and who's serious about you. Like, he does not play about my happiness. Every day he wakes up and he goes, what do you need me to do today to make your day easy?
Wow.
Like, before we were engaged, he didn't want me to work anymore because he said me working interfered with us having a good life.
That's why I tell me that. Y'all want me to get in contact. You're like, my man told me he don't want me up on these internet streets right now.
He's literally at a poker tournament right now, and he's texting me about dealers, and he's like, I know your wife. I used to work with your wife. She got married and she just up and left. And he was like, yeah, that's pretty much how that happened. But I'm always in the chat, but in the chat, it comes up as your agent Keela, but I'm on my work phone, so it popped up differently. But I just wanted you guys to know how sometimes a little seed that you plant with yourself, it seems like it's nothing, right? But I think your truest desires will come through if you really, really mean it. Like, I really wanted a Cadillac. I really wanted a man who was crazy about me. I really thought that I could have a peaceful life. I had a horrible divorce, horrible. And when I was going through my divorce, I was always telling myself, this is the storm. I just got to get through this phase of life. And so I don't want anyone to lose hope. I don't want you to think that you have to relentlessly chase love, but I do believe that you have to be open to things coming to you, maybe in a different package than what you're used to receiving. That's and so fast forward, I always say the best thing that a man can do is show the children how much he loves this woman. So now I have these teenagers in the house, and I'm the Valentine. I'm the one buying all the Valentine's Day. And I'm like, how do you know her favorite color and her favorite scent? And, and they're very intentional about these things because he's very intentional about my happiness. Like,
so they're seeing these things.
Yeah. Like since our first date.
He's Italian?
No.
I had to go back. I was.
No, but big, huge Italian family. Like since our first date, he brought me 24 roses. Every week for 7 years, he brings me 24 roses without fail. No matter what's going on. If he's out of town, I have them.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So you can find, but the expectation, I always tell people my expectation is high. But you have to believe that that's, and you can't feel guilty about it. Like we all deserve to have somebody who's absolutely crazy about us in whatever capacity that looks like for you. You know, for me, I wanted to live a soft, easy, peaceful life where some things I didn't have to worry about. And it seemed crazy with what I was going through. And that's what I got. So just always talk positively.
And you remained faithful about it's going to happen. This is just a storm that I'm going through.
Oh yeah. But marriage wasn't my goal. So I thought that I would live a life because I had
you're an Aries woman. I know you Aries women better than you know yourselves.
Oh, and I'm true Aries, honey. Like, so I know I'm a lot to deal with. Like I tell him all the time, I'm a lot. I know that I'm a lot. But you know, it was so important to him and how easy he made life. I felt crazy not giving him that one desire that he really, really wanted. Best decision that I ever made. Even when he gets on my last nerves, because he's an Aries man, so you can only imagine. But yeah.
Well, I'm so glad your kids convinced you to call in. That's such a beautiful story.
It's so beautiful. Everybody loves him. My boys absolutely love him. I mean, he really, if you saw us all together, you'd have no idea that those were not his children. Like, no idea.
Yeah. Wow. That's beautiful. That really is beautiful.
So you're going to find your billionaire because you keep saying
I'm
it.
not worried about it. Y'all seem like y'all a little more concerned about it than me.
Well, you're going to find it because you keep saying it. I can't wait. You're going to be on Below Deck with the billionaire.
No, ethical billionaire, y'all. Ethical billionaire.
Well, I'm in Vegas. Everybody with money ain't ethical. So, you know.
Thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
I love that. I have to say, this is why I do love doing the dating lines. Sometimes when I first start and, you know, there's like one or two people in the backstage, and I'm like, I hope people call in tonight. And we have, look, we're going on, 3 hours of being, no, we're 4 hours of being alive. What am I talking about? All right, but this will definitely be our last caller. Represent yourself legal. Our girl Coco's in the building. Coco, what's going on?
Nothing much. How you doing, Kemp?
You came on camera for us. Beautiful, Coco. What's going
on? This is my first Valentine's Day, and I've been listening since I got off work, took my daughter to dance class, picked another one up from the hairdresser. I've just been listening to all the stories. And I wanted to share a similar story from the last caller, similar to Keela's story, because as I was listening to some of the calls, I was like, man, I remember being in that place. And just like, kind of like, what is even happening? This dude is playing or whatever. And it just is disruptive to your nervous system and just not even necessary, right? But today I spent the day with, I don't normally celebrate Valentine's Day. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, so one of my, I must have been in transition, child, but one of a friend of mine hosted a group of women, and we went on a hike through the redwoods. But it started out with us just focusing on the love we have for ourselves and like doing some breathing exercises. And then she had everybody go around and say what they loved about themselves. And everybody, of course, that was easy. But then she said, what do you not love about yourself? And then it was, you know, people really were vulnerable because it was a very safe space, although we didn't all know one another.
Yeah.
But then she asked us, what were we going to do for ourselves today to show love to ourselves, as opposed to thinking about, you know, like the love that we're missing, the love that we don't have, the love that we want to come to us, and just think about, you know, how you feel about yourself. And that really, really just put me in a very meditative state as I went about, you know, my chores for the day. And then I started listening to the callers, and I just had so much empathy for so many of the callers. And I just wanted to share, first of all, and I saw my soror, Miss Esquire, my sister in the law, sharing really beautiful affirmations. And I just want to add that what God has for you is for you, and nothing can stand in the way. And just like the last caller, you don't know what it's going to be like. I was in a horrible relationship with my college. Well, it wasn't a horrible relationship. I thought it was a great relationship. I thought we'd be together forever, but it didn't work out. We had a kid and just had a really, really, really challenging custody battle and situation. And I feel like I was like, how did I get tricked by the devil? Somebody.
The devil, like when you're in it.
It was the worst. I mean, and I put so much faith into him being my love, and it didn't work out. Then I had another relationship that didn't work out, and I had just been really sad for like a couple of years. And then one day, my then boyfriend and I came out to San Francisco, and I just felt the happiest I'd been in years, like probably like 4 years. And I'm like, I think I'm supposed to be in Northern California. I just love it out here. And someone, and I consider her my angel to this day, she said, Corinne, you should just apply for a job out here. And I was wrapped up in a candy burrs and Todd Tucker custody fight, child. It was just nasty. Yeah. And I didn't have any money, so I really couldn't afford to pay the lawyers, but he was really like coming after me for my daughter, which was all a farce. It's all a game, but I felt so happy and so light. And KEMPIRE, when I tell you, within her saying that to me, like on Facebook or something, I had done apply for a job, flown out to California, here where I live now, interviewed and received like a very substantial financial offer for a new job.
Before?
I was, at the time, I was in Atlanta.
Okay.
But I lived a few different places. I lived in DC. It's mostly DC. And I lived in Harlem, darling.
Okay, you really have lived around the country.
127 in Lenox. So I've been a few places. But so, I'm getting ready to move to California. I never lived out here before. So I called some of my friends like, well, how much money? Even when the offer came, I'm like, this is a big offer, but I hear how expensive California is. Can you just help me contextualize the money? Is this enough? Type of thing. And also, what's up with the dating scene in California? And everybody was so negative. These guys out here in California, they don't like Black women. You come out here, you better come out here with somebody. And I was like, well, do I want to come out there? Because when people say California is different, it's like a whole nother world. It's very different. But something told me to just not listen to that. And I just kind of, that became less of a priority, the love thing. And so I packed me and my daughter's stuff up on a train. Amtrak ships and helps you move across country for folks who may need to do a big move. They don't move your furniture, but you can pack your stuff up in the cargo boxes. And if you ever have to make if you have a lot of things that you really, really, really need, you could just put it on a truck, of course, and that comes at a price. But in this moment, honey, I was trying to pack light. I put the stuff, I moved for less than $1,000. The stuff comes whenever it comes, but so I come here, I'm working my job. I put my daughter in a school, and I would say I moved in June. In April, I was on my lunch break, and I wasn't dating anybody. I wasn't really thinking about it. I'm just loving California, loving my life. I'm happy. I'm feeling free. My daughter and I are doing all of the California things like tourists. We're all over the place. We took a trip to Morocco and Paris, and I'm chilling, And then one day I'm on my lunch hour, probably like in March, a coworker and I, and then this guy comes over and he sits down at one of the community tables. It's one of those market halls where they have the different stalls where you eat and people kind of share tables. And he's like this really tall, handsome black man with this short, stubby, like Asian lady. And I'm like, these dudes in the Bay are just different. You know, I'm like, this is an interesting combination. But he sits down beside me and he's like, fine, but I don't want to like look at him. So I'm trying to just like, plus I think he's with this lady and I don't want to be, I don't have the Portia spirit.
She gonna block us again. She gonna unblock us and block us again.
I don't have that spirit. So I'm like, let me just stay. But I'm like, so at some point, my coworker got up to leave. She went to get something to drink. And I looked over and I was like, what are you eating? Because I'm also nosy and hungry and just curious about different things. And he's like, this is Japanese fried chicken. You want to try a piece? And I'm like, no, this is interesting. Anyway, long story short, he then struck up a conversation with me, wasn't super aggressive. But from that moment on, I have been with my husband. And that was like 7 years ago.
Who was the Asian lady?
It was his coworker.
Oh.
Yeah, it turned out it came out that it was his coworker. And he didn't really ask me for my phone number, but he said he was going to be with this hiking group on the next day. And I was like, oh, I'm a part of that hiking group too. I sometimes go out with them. And my coworker was pressed because she was like, well, Corinne, are you going to make sure you go to the hike? I'm gonna say my name. But anyway, he's like, are you going to make sure?
I clocked it. I was like, oh. It's okay.
Are you gonna go to this hike? And I'm like, no, if he, you know, because I'd handed he and his coworker my business card. And I'm not a business card girl. I'm not like, here's my card. But he never asked me for my phone number, but also for some reason was engaged. He was really good at making conversation. I liked talking to him, did not know why I was revealing all this information to him. And I thought about it. I'm like, he could be a stalker. He could be anybody. But I wanted to continue the conversation. So I said, well, I got to go back to work.
I'm glad you rationalize yourself out of it.
I just gave them my card. I gave them both my card. Then the next night he called me. Then we were and I didn't answer. I was probably unavailable. And on the Sunday, I called him because it was a Friday when I met him. But my coworker was saying, are you going to go hiking on Saturday? And I'm like, no, you know, I'm not just going to go there and hope that he see me. Like I gave him my card, like he can get in contact with me if he's interested. And if he calls me today and invites me, then perhaps I'll join him. I don't know. But again, I wasn't pressed. He was fine, but I wasn't pressed. And so I didn't go hiking, but he called me.
You're also living your best life in San Francisco with your new job. You and your daughter, you're having a good time.
We're cool. We have our own place. My nervous system is regulated. I was able to trick the devil in the legal system using some of my savvy, you know what I mean, in order to like escape the holds of that. And I called him back on Sunday and we were on the phone for like an hour. And he was like, I've been on the phone with you for an hour. This doesn't ever happen. I got to get off the phone. He's like, well, do you want to have dinner tonight? And I'm like, I'm not available. Because you can't be that available. But also I had a date that night.
You weren't available.
I wasn't available. And I think that's also important because I think guys are like hunters naturally and they smell desperation. You know what I'm saying? And they always want somebody that somebody else wants. And so the point is not to misrepresent if you don't have nothing to do, but certainly just be into what you into.
Yeah.
Do you like whatever that is? And then we went on a date, lunch date. It was nice and fun. And he was very handsome and, you know, was definitely my type. He was from Detroit. I really like guys from Detroit. I know that from my you know, follies in my 20s. And I remember we were dating, everything was going good. And I called my girlfriend. I'm like, this is like too good to be true. This dude has got to be married. And she was like, well, Corinne, what you need to do is you need to call him and tell him you want to see him and you want to come over to his house or whatever. And by the way, he'd represented to me that he was a widower. He had 2 girls. So I was a single mom with my 1 daughter. He had 2 daughters. And at this point, I'm in my late 30s, so I kind of know how people make up stories. Everything was like perfect with us. You know, our dates were perfect. You know, he and just like the last caller again, when you meet a man, like you never really have to wonder.
Yeah.
And everything is made to be easy.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to wonder, does he like me? Does he not like me? Like he was into me. And so then I, as a result, was really into my feminine bag. You know what I mean? He was courting me. I love to be courted. Yes, honey. Yes. If that's what you want to do, absolutely.
Court me.
You got a martini for me, honey. Here's one for you. You know what I mean? So that was how we were dating all over the San Francisco Bay Area. And she said, well, just tell him you're going to come to his house. Now, I live in Oakland and he lived in a really nice suburb, which is what made me think he was married, like a super nice suburb. But so I told him, I was like, yeah, I want to see you. He was like, yeah, well, sure, come over. And I was like, oh, I have to drive all the way out there? But I'm like, shoot, I have to do it now because she done set me up to play this game and I can't back out.
Play games you're not ready to play.
Right. So I showed up over there and everything he said was exactly what it was. And his daughters were there. He introduced me to his daughter because I was thinking I would do like a roll up on him and catch him in the act. And he'd come up with some lies. You can't come in here now. Maybe next time. But I met his aunt was there helping him out with his girls. She was there from Chicago and his girls were there. I met them. It wasn't like we're all having dinner. We just kind of talked and I checked out his place. He had a big, beautiful house. And I was like, oh, wow. And we dated for several years. And then we bought a house. We bought a house together in the San Francisco Bay Area. And we had a baby and
wow.
And all of the games that I've played or whatever my toxic tendencies were, whatever my baggage is from dealing with, many years of having a broken heart, like he's just been steady. Like when I'm kind of like probably being like a little skeptical or he'll say, well, you do love me. I know you love me one day and then you don't, but you like me. It's okay. Like you just reassuring. Leo.
He's a Leo and you're a
Gemini.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know about that rising and in the moon and all of that stuff. I have to look it up. But you know what? I was born on Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th.
It's a day of love. Did you see the video I just played for
I did. You played that video twice, I feel like.
Yes.
I've seen it both times. Yeah. Friday the 13th.
It's not what people created it to be. It's actually a magical day, a day of love.
Yeah. I mean, it's the day I was born. And, when I came out here, like I never imagined that I'd be able to I remember asking my landlord, do you think I'll be able to ever buy a house out here? Because I was really intimidated a bit. And even though I lived in New York, this is a completely different kind of a financial place to live. And he's like, no, you'll never be able to buy a house.
That's why you don't listen to me.
Because what God has for you is for you. Yeah. You know what I mean? And let me tell you something. We were able to buy a house, Kemp, not on my income, but on his. So that means I could be we could have a larger house or whatever, but I think that's a bit irresponsible. I don't want to have to be making misrepresentations to insurance companies and stuff in order to pay my bills. You know what I mean? I want to kind of keep
talking about Wendy.
I'm just saying, I just want to kind of like be able to things to be easy and not to overextend myself, and also not to have the golden handcuffs. But I say all that to say that the universe has blessed me abundantly. None of this were the things that I was looking for at that time, but these are all the things that I dreamed of having. And listening to the callers today reminded me of how I felt at a particular time in my life. It made me appreciate even more. So I'm thankful because sometimes we can kind of get caught up in the mundane of oh, he's just in the kitchen making chicken tenders or whatever the thing is. But it really made me think back and reflect on my own love story and what love means and what love for myself means. And I just wanted to just reiterate some of the things that other callers have said, and really to do exactly what the last caller shared, which was that, you know, love may come, it may not look the way you want it to look. For us, you know, it looked like two people that were single parents trying to make a family blend. And it's not perfect, but it feels good to be seen as a human and not for like a title or for what you can do, but just me as a woman in all of my humanness and imperfection, to have somebody like love me and care for me. And so I wanted to just offer that to people, to pour into yourself, to love yourself first, and do your best to heal whatever wounds you have. And, you know, so that you can attract the person that can help to challenge you to continue to grow on this planet as a human being. So, yeah.
Amen. Well, thank you so much for calling in and sharing that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, anytime, Kemp. You know, I love talking to you, child.
How long have you guys been married now?
You know, we actually just got married a year ago. We just got married. We bought our house almost 5 years ago. And some of the challenges that we experienced were just that we were a blended family.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And his daughters are older, and so they have gone away to college. One of them has I mean, literally the last caller, we have a very similar story. Got kids like 25, 22, 14, and 5.
Wow.
So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You got a 5-year-old running around that house. Lord have mercy.
I know you. I'm surprised you haven't heard her on the call, because she's like, "Hey, KEMPIRE." They're in the background when I call. Like, so,
hello, buddy. The KEMPIRE kids.
My daughter, she's like, "I really like KEMPIRE. I really like him. Yeah, KEMPIRE. What is it? T."
Oh, they do. Yes, I can. Lord have mercy. Well, I look forward to meeting all of you guys in this community at some particular point.
Yeah, I wish that. I know you're not coming to California.
Well, not this year. At some point, I will.
Yeah,
well, I might come out to California, maybe not for a show, but yeah.
Well, if you're ever in the San Francisco Bay, you know, I'll take you to dinner.
All right. So, y'all heard it. Dinner's on.
I'll take you to dinner, and I'll show you a good time.
Okay, I'm gonna tell your husband you told me that. Goodbye.
And listen, he's fine with it because he's a grown man and he's not insecure. That was the other thing. Some of the other, like he's just like, I'm here, and what? Who gonna check me, boo?
That's that real energy.
Yeah, he's got like that grown man energy. It's yeah. It doesn't have you in a place of doubt. He's convicted. He doesn't waver. This is what I'm doing. That's it. Nobody's going to knock him off his square. And I mean, I love that about him. And it makes me feel safe. You know what I mean? And that's what we all want as people on the planet, right? So anyway, Kim, I know you tired. You done worked. You done made all the money that you need to make for the night. I hope you have a good evening.
Look, have I?
I hope so.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your story. Have a fantastic night.
You too. Happy Valentine's Day to all of y'all.
You too. Enjoy your Valentine's Day.
Bye.
All right, we do have Guy backstage. We're going to bring Guy up in just a second. But before we do that, I want to say thank you to Elijah for another super chat. Elijah, thank you for spending your Friday with me. Thank you, Elijah. I appreciate it. Thank you for spending your Friday with us. We appreciate that. All right, last but definitely not least, we're going to bring Guy up next. Guy, what's going on?
Hi, KEMPIRE. How are you?
Oh, well, how are you? Where are you calling from?
I am calling from Montreal, Canada.
Oh, okay. Not too far.
Honestly, I'm calling because I'm a recap. I always listen to your recap. I'm not always able to catch your lives. And I was listening to your recap on the video that you did regarding KEMPIRE.
Yes, our earlier live.
Yes, I do. And I wanted to comment, so I came on the YouTube page and I was like, "Oh my God, Kempire is live." So I was like, "Can I get into the chat?" Honestly, I didn't want to talk about my personal love life, but I think it was super inspiring. I started listening with the lady who is from Vegas. Her
Mhm.
story was really beautiful. So I'm just going to share a glimpse of my story and my love life so I can give hope. And not necessarily because people are hopeless, just so we can exchange and people can have
Right.
a good understanding, you know. I'm a
Yeah.
tourist woman, so I don't really like to talk about the details of my life, but I'm going to give you the you already know. I know you know. We can see each other. Okay, so I was a single mom. I had my first son. I have three boys. I had my first son at beginning of my 20s. After that, I was single, no, seeing people here and there, but I didn't want nothing serious until my life was really established and I was sure and certain about what I was looking for. When I went met my partner, I met him in a wedding. And honestly, things I manifested was someone who was available, who loved me, respect me, treat me right, and everything. I did manifest someone who didn't have any kids. It can be selfish of me, but I didn't want to deal with someone who had kids. Even though myself, I had a son, I
Mhm.
didn't want to deal with someone who had a history in the past.
Mhm.
Long story short, we're still together 8 years. We have two boys. So I had two more boys, four
Mhm.
and six. We bought a house. We lived together. The gag story is when I met him, we discovered that our parents live two houses from each other. They live on the same street. So my kid's grandma lived definitely on the same streets. My mom and his mom have the same birthday. My birthday is on in May 8th. His twin brothers are on May 8th. He's an Aquarius. My sister is an Aquarius. They have one day apart. Their birthday is one day apart. So we are so connected. Everything was organic. Everything was meant to be. So I think sometimes you can just not necessarily a leap of faith, but sometimes, you know, when you're grown, sometimes it's not necessarily a leap of faith, but sometimes you just have to trust the connection, the dots. And
Mm.
listen, life is real, God is real, and sometimes, you know, you will be surprised of what life can offer you. So this is basically my message of hope
Yeah.
have, and I hope everyone has a great time tomorrow. Not necessarily Valentine's Day. For us, we're not necessarily celebrating Valentine's Day because, you know, if he's an Aquarius, his birthday was last week. Usually, it's always around Valentine's Day.
Mm.
It's always
We
around those,
celebrated you enough.
you know. So we're not doing nothing special, more so for the kids, and because I want them. I have boys, so I want them to know like it's appreciation on both sides. I'm their mother. I want them to know what Valentine's mean, not necessarily them pouring into their girlfriends or partner in the future, but for them to be able to celebrate love
Mm.
based. Can I touch on a subject? I know I'm gonna do a sideways. I want to touch into a subject regarding the Benito ball. Do you mind?
The last say it again?
Benito Ball, the
Yes,
Bad
yes.
Bunny. You know the Bad Bunny Super
Yeah,
Bowl.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Okay,
went fuzzy for a second. I was like, wait, what?
what?
Okay, okay. The Super Bowl. We recapped that earlier this week.
Exactly. I listened to the recap, and I know you posted a video. You were not sure about the name. The lady's name was Bertrude. You know the lady, the Haitian lady, Bertrude.
Yes.
I'm Haitian. I'm Haitian. First language is French. Second language is English and Creole. Uh, the comment that I have to make right now, it's I think the Super Bowl was amazing. It touched me. I had a lot of emotion as an immigrant. I live in Canada, born there, but you know, just like you, it's like I'm from Haiti, you're from Jamaica, even though you were not born in Jamaica. You know, so I can feel you on that.
Yeah.
So, what hurt me a little bit on my side, nothing regarding the Super Bowl, is because we are understanding the pain that is happening. And when I say we, I'm from Canada. I'm not even in the US. Can you imagine? But us from the outside, I still feel triggered. I'm not even there, but I'm still triggered about what's happening there. And
Yeah.
especially when I look at everything that happened to the Spanish community in the USA, and I'm watching what's still happening in Dominican Republic regarding the Haitian people, it still hurt me because regardless what is still happening, Black people is always rooting for peace, love, and decency for everyone. And it's not the case always for Black people. They don't have the same regard regarding us. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because what's happening to Jill Zarin happened. It the question that I had, did she got fired because she disrespects someone who is non-black still from an outside community? Because last time I checked, y'all president disrespected Michelle and Barack Obama, and
A week ago today.
you know what I mean? Everything was on mute. Everything was on mute. So I'm like, if Jill Zarin will have because I know what happened in New York with Ebony. I know what happened when what's her name, Ramona. She said a lot of stuff regarding Black people. Nothing happened. So my question mark, and I'm not trying to do a debate, but my question mark is it because it's this group of people and Black people still catch a stray all the time?
Valid question. That I think that's a question for them to answer, though. But yeah, that's a very valid question.
I know. That's why I went to your page, because I was like about to go and do my little comments. So I'm happy I'm able to exchange with you. But I have that big question mark that hurt me. I'm like, listen, it's Black History Month on top of that. So
Yeah.
Listen.
I'm glad you pointed it out. You bring up a very good, valid point. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
And we're going to lead with positivity. I hope you have a great night. Thank you. Thank you for spending the night with all of us. It was short and amazing. And I'm going to listen to the whole 3-4 hours tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going on. We were live at 8 o'clock. So 4 hours, over 4 hours we've been live.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for calling in.
My pleasure. Have a great evening.
Bye. Bye. I appreciate you all being here. Some of you have been here since we began at 8 p.m. I will be posting this on the podcast, so be sure to subscribe to the podcast as well, so you'll be able to listen to it. Shout out to those of you that were watching on Facebook, but of course, those of you watching here on YouTube, those of you watching the replay, some of you may have fallen asleep and you'll be watching the rest of this. So thank you all. Be sure to like the video if you haven't already. And we will do another dating live. I can't promise you it will be like a weekly thing, because you already know. 4 hours. Can you imagine me doing this on a weekly? I can't. But thank you to our King's Guards for holding us down in the live chat. Thank you to those of you that are members, those of you that are subscribers, those of you that are new members or new subscribers. We appreciate you. Replay crew, I want to hear your stories, your affirmations as well. Be sure to let us know. Let us know in the chat. And again, thank you to our sponsors for tonight's live, our dating live. And I will see you all in the next one. Have a happy Valentine's Day. Happy Black History Month. And I look forward to updates on all of your stories. Everyone have a good night. I'll see you all later. Bye, y'all.
Here we go now.